The corridor is narrow, hot, and almost silent except for the faint movement of sandals over polished stone and the distant murmur of a city that does not yet know its history is about to change. Somewhere beyond the wall, servants carry oil lamps through a palace built to look eternal. Guards stand in places chosen by habit. Courtiers speak in low voices as if every word has weight. A ruler sits at the center of this world, surrounded by symbols of divine favor, military victory, law, ancestry, and power. Yet none of those things can fully protect him from the oldest weakness of authority, the fact that a king, a general, a tyrant, or an emperor must still breathe, sleep, trust, eat, walk through doorways, and let other human beings come close. In the ancient world, power often looks solid from a distance. It wears crowns, rides in chariots, stamps its name into stone orders. Temples raised armies, moved taxes, gathered enemies, blinded rebels, crucified cities renamed. But up-close power is frighteningly physical. It has a body. It has a throat. It has ribs beneath ceremonial clothing. It has a cup in its hand, a bedchamber with curtains, a favorite servant, a gate it must pass through, a festival it must attend, a family member who feels cheated, a bodyguard who has heard too many insults, a noble faction that has decided the future cannot wait. Ancient assassination grows in that gap between the image of untouchable rule and the fragile human body underneath it. Long before modern politics gives the word assassination its familiar shape, ancient societies already understand the act with terrible clarity. A killing may happen for revenge, for succession, for ideology, for money, for dynastic survival, or for reasons that are later buried beneath propaganda. Sometimes it is a single blade in a crowded place. Sometimes it is poison placed so quietly that no one can prove anything afterward. Sometimes it is a palace coup dressed up as justice, or a family murder hidden inside a public ritual. Sometimes the assassin is remembered as a liberator, sometimes as a traitor. Sometimes the same person becomes both depending on who wins after the blood dries. What makes ancient assassinations so gripping is not only the violence itself, but the strange pressure around it. These killings often happen at points where whole worlds are already unstable. A dynasty is aging. A commander has become too powerful. A king has no secure heir. A city fears tyranny. An empire has grown too large for its own political customs. A sacred ruler is no longer believed to be favored by the gods. One death then becomes more than a death. It becomes a hinge. A door opens and armies move through it. A republic collapses. A conquest begins. A line of kings ends. A myth is born. The evidence remains incomplete in many of these cases, and scholars still debate motives, sources, and even the most basic details. But what survives in the record suggests a pattern. Ancient people knew well, when peaceful transfer of power is weak, violence waits nearby. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. Because the story of ancient assassination is not a simple parade of famous deaths. It is a long descent into the hidden machinery of power, where official inscriptions speak of order while private rooms fill with suspicion. The earliest rulers understood that fear could hold a kingdom together, but fear also travels in both directions. A king who frightens his subjects may inspire obedience, but he may also create the conditions for conspiracy. A tyrant who eliminates rivals may survive 1 year longer, but he teaches everyone around him that murder is a political language. An emperor who trusts no one must still choose cooks, physicians, guards, messengers, secretaries, wives, sons and slaves. Every layer of protection becomes another layer of possible betrayal. The larger the court, the more people are close enough to harm him. The more absolute the ruler, the more tempting his removal becomes. Ancient palaces were not only homes, they were theatres of controlled access. Who could enter the inner rooms? Who could approach during a sacrifice? Who could stand behind the throne? Who poured the wine? Who carried the seal? Who slept near the royal chamber? These questions mattered because assassination usually required proximity. Battles killed rulers too, of course, and disease killed more than any dagger ever did. But assassination was different because it violated the illusion of order from within. The danger did not come from a foreign army battering the gate. It came from someone already inside the circle. This is why ancient sources often describe assassinations with a tone that is part horror, part moral lesson, and part political argument. Writers rarely report these events neutrally. They shape them. A murdered ruler may be portrayed as arrogant, cruel, doomed by omens or punished by the gods. A killer may be turned into a defender of liberty, a jealous madman, a tool of fate, or a coward hiding behind noble language. Later generations often polish the story until it becomes almost too clean. The tyrant grows more tyrannical. The hero grows more heroic. The omen appears at just the right moment. The final gesture becomes symbolic. Yet history is usually messier than memory allows. In some cases, the assassin is famous because the victim is famous. In others, the killing matters because of what follows. The murder of a lesser-known king may unleash a war that changes borders for centuries. The death of a general may leave an empire without a plan. The elimination of a prince may open the way for a ruler who transforms the world. Ancient assassination is therefore never only about the person who dies. It is about the system that cannot absorb uncertainty without bloodshed. The strange thing is that many ancient societies condemned assassination in public while quietly depending on it in practice. Officially, kings ruled by divine favor, noble blood, military merit, or ancient law. In reality, a throne could depend on whether the right guards were bribed, whether a rival commander arrived too late, whether a banquet guest survived the night, whether a mother moved faster than an uncle, whether a minister controlled the palace gates before dawn. Courts could be places of refinement, learning religious ceremony and diplomatic splendor, but they were also places where survival required reading silence. A glance held too long, a servant reassigned, a sudden illness, a delayed audience, a missing bodyguard, a rumor from the women's quarters. These details could matter more than proclamations carved in stone, and because ancient states often lacked stable institutions for succession, death was a political crisis, even when it was natural. When it was violent, the crisis multiplied. Who had the right to rule after the victim fell? The eldest son, the strongest general, the widow, the brother, the man with the army, the man with the treasury, the man who controlled the capital. The gods might be invoked, but troops and treasure usually answered faster. This is one reason assassinations cluster around moments of transition. A ruler becomes old, a conquest ends, a child heir appears, a marriage alliance fails, a reform threatens elites, a commander becomes too beloved by soldiers, a king insults the wrong family. Then the question of the future narrows until some faction decides that one body stands in the way. The ancient Mediterranean, Near East, Egypt, Persia, India and China all preserve stories of such moments, though the records vary sharply in reliability. Some are described by historians writing generations later. Some survive through hostile accounts. Some appear in court traditions shaped by propaganda. Some are known from inscriptions that hide more than they reveal. Archaeology can sometimes anchor the world around the event, but it rarely gives us the assassin's inner mind. A skeleton may show trauma. A palace may show burned layers. A tomb may reveal hurried burial or later desecration. But motive often remains in the fog reconstructed from who benefited, who accused whom, and who had the power to make one version of the story survive. That uncertainty is part of the mystery. Ancient assassination sits at the meeting point of fact and performance. The act itself may be brutally direct, but the meaning is fought over afterward. When a ruler is killed, the survivors begin explaining immediately. They must. The killing has to become something: justice, revenge, necessity, madness, liberation, treason, divine punishment, unfortunate accident. The explanation is not decoration. It is part of the struggle for power. Whoever controls the story may control the succession. The first great theme then is vulnerability. Not weakness in the simple sense, because many victims of assassination were ruthless, intelligent, militarily successful, and deeply feared. Their vulnerability came from the structure of ancient power itself. Rule was personal, loyalty was personal, access was personal, offense was personal. A man could conquer provinces and still be killed because someone near him felt humiliated. A king could command armies and still depend on a cupbearer. A ruler could claim divine ancestry and still be trapped inside the politics of marriage, inheritance, jealousy, and revenge. The second theme is intimacy. Assassination is often an intimate form of political violence. It usually requires the killer or the conspiracy behind the killer to understand the victim's routines. When does he sacrifice? Where does he sleep? Which entrance does he use? Who stands beside him? What food does he prefer? Which festival forces him into public view? Which guard hates him? Which relative feels passed over? In this sense, assassination is the dark twin of courtly service. The same closeness that allows a servant to dress a king allows another person to strike him. The same trust that lets a companion walk beside a ruler lets a conspiracy place steel within arm's reach. The third theme is memory. Ancient assassinations rarely stay fixed. They change as societies change. A murdered tyrant may become proof that liberty requires courage. A murdered reformer may become a martyr. A murdered emperor may become a warning against excess. A murdered conqueror may become the center of endless suspicion, because his death arrived too conveniently for too many people. Some assassins disappear almost completely reduced to names and accusations. Others become symbols larger than themselves. The record is not a clean window. It is a battlefield after the battle. This long story begins in worlds where kingship is sacred but not safe. It moves through palaces where the walls are decorated with victory while the inner rooms hide fear. It passes into Greek cities that argue over tyranny and freedom, into Macedonian courts, where a single murder helps open the road to world conquest, into Rome, where political murder becomes both a republican gesture and an imperial habit. It reaches courts where poison is whispered about more often than proven, and empires where the death of one ruler can send shock through trade routes, armies, temples, and families who will never know the killer's name. There is a temptation to treat assassination as an interruption of history, a sudden violent break in the normal order. But the deeper we look, the more it appears as part of the order itself, especially in societies where power is concentrated and succession is dangerous. The knife in the corridor is shocking, but it is not random. It grows from rivalries, fears, customs, ambitions, and failures that have often been forming for years. Ancient people understood this. Their stories are filled with omens because they sensed that great killings rarely arrive from nowhere. A bird flies the wrong way. A sacrifice produces a strange sign. A dream disturbs a queen. A statue sweats. Modern historians do not accept such signs as evidence of fate, but they do reveal something human people, looking backward after disaster, searching for warning marks they missed. And so the first image to hold is not only the assassin's hand, but the world around it. The dim passage, the guard who looks away, the courtier who knows too much, the ruler who believes the ceremony will unfold as usual, the city outside unaware that by morning songs may change, coins may change, laws may change, and men who yesterday bowed in obedience may tomorrow swear they always wanted freedom. In ancient history, the distance between order and chaos can be as thin as a blade hidden beneath a cloak. In the earliest courts of the ancient Near East and Egypt, assassination does not always appear with the clear outline modern readers expect. It emerges through broken records, damaged inscriptions, hostile traditions, and the awkward silences left by official history. Kings rarely order their scribes to carve embarrassing truths into temple walls. A murdered ruler may be given a proper burial and a smooth succession narrative, while the panic that surrounded his last hours disappears. A failed conspiracy may be preserved only because the state wants to display its power over traitors. A successful one may vanish beneath a new royal name, a new date formula, a new claim that the gods have chosen someone else. What survives in the record suggests that the palace, even when wrapped in sacred language, was never free from fear. Egypt offers one of the most haunting early examples because Egyptian kingship was built to look eternal. The pharaoh is not merely a political leader. He is the living center of cosmic balance, the earthly force that upholds Mut, the order that keeps the Nile flooding, the sun returning, the temples functioning, the dead properly fed in the next world. Everything about royal imagery insists on permanence. The pharaoh smites enemies forever. He offers to the gods forever. He is shown larger than other men, calmer than war, stronger than time. Yet the human body inside that divine office remains vulnerable. It ages, it angers people, it makes enemies inside its own household. One of the most famous cases comes from the end of the Old Kingdom in the shadowy death of Pharaoh Teti, founder of Egypt's 6th dynasty. Later tradition claims that Teti was murdered by his own bodyguards, a striking detail because bodyguards exist to solve the problem of royal vulnerability, not embody it. The evidence remains incomplete, and scholars still debate whether this story preserves a genuine palace assassination or reflects later political memory shaped by instability after his reign. Still, the possibility itself is revealing. If a ruler guarded by sacred ideology and armed attendants could be killed by men standing closest to him, then no ritual language could fully erase the danger of proximity. The world around Teti is not the Egypt of popular imagination at its most monumental and secure. It is a court filled with powerful officials, expanding administrative offices, and elite families whose tombs display increasing confidence. The king is still mighty, but the machinery around kingship is growing more complex. Nobles gain wealth. Provincial leaders matter. The state is not simply one man's will flowing down from the throne. It is a network of relationships, favors, marriages, priesthoods, and offices. In such a world, assassination can become imaginable, not because kingship is weak in appearance, but because many powerful people now stand close enough to imagine alternatives. Even when details are obscure, the basic pattern is familiar across ancient courts. The ruler's sacred aura may restrain open rebellion, but it can intensify hidden conspiracy. If a king is thought too dangerous to oppose publicly, he may be opposed privately. If killing him openly would shock the kingdom, then his death must be made to look like fate, illness, accident, or divine judgment. The cleaner the ideology of kingship, the more carefully violence must be hidden. That is one reason the most revealing documents are sometimes not grand monuments, but legal records, tomb inscriptions, scattered later accounts, and the traces of punishment against those accused of plotting near the throne. The most vivid Egyptian case comes much later during the New Kingdom, when Rameses III faces what is now known as the Harem conspiracy. By then, Egypt has passed through centuries of glory, invasion, recovery, empire, and strain. Rameses III rules in the 20th dynasty, a period that still carries the language of pharaonic grandeur, but is burdened by economic pressure, labor unrest, and threats from outside. His reign includes major battles against groups remembered in Egyptian sources as the Sea Peoples, and his monuments present him as a victorious defender of Egypt. But behind that public image, the royal household contains rivalries sharp enough to reach for murder. The conspiracy appears to have centered on Queen Te, a secondary wife of Rameses III, who hoped to place her son Pentawir on the throne instead of the designated heir. This is one of the oldest political dramas in any monarchy, not merely hatred of a ruler, but competition over what happens after him. In a palace full of royal women, princes, servants, officials, magicians, guards, and administrators, succession is not an abstract rule. It is survival. A prince who fails to become king may live comfortably, but he may also become a threat to the brother who does. A mother whose son is passed over may lose influence forever. A faction tied to one branch of the royal family may see its future closing. No single explanation fully accounts for every person drawn into the plot, but the surviving judicial papyri suggest a conspiracy that reached deep into the intimate spaces of royal life. The details are chilling because they show assassination not as a sudden burst of rage, but as an organized effort involving access, secrecy, and ritual fear. The conspirators include people from inside the harem, officials, and men connected to the palace bureaucracy. Some seem to have used written messages. Others may have attempted magical practices, not because magic was a childish substitute for politics, but because in the Egyptian worldview words, images, and ritual actions could have real force. To attack a king might require blades, but also spells, wax figures, and hidden rites meant to weaken protection around him. Modern readers can separate physical violence from magical thinking, but in the ancient court the two could belong to the same strategy of danger. For a long time, one of the central mysteries was whether Rameses III actually died from the attack. The judicial documents record trials and punishments, but they do not describe the assassination itself in direct modern terms. They are concerned with guilt procedure and the condemnation of traitors. Then modern examination of the mummy added a startling layer. Imaging studies revealed a deep wound across the throat of Rameses III, severe enough to have been fatal, with an amulet placed in the wound area during mummification. This does not solve every question about the conspiracy, and scholars still debate some details of timing and interpretation, but it gives the old court documents a physical darkness that is hard to ignore. The king presented on temple walls as triumphant and godlike appears to have died with his throat cut. There is a strange intimacy in that image. Rameses III had armies, he had temples, he had scribes to proclaim his victories. Yet the final danger came not from a foreign battlefield, but from his own palace world. The conspiracy did not need to defeat Egypt. It needed to reach the king. That is the essence of assassination in sacred monarchy. It bypasses the monumental scale of power and goes directly to the body hidden inside it. The aftermath shows how ancient states tried to restore order after the unthinkable. The conspirators were tried, some were executed, others were forced or allowed to take their own lives. The records preserve not only punishments, but also the careful renaming of guilty individuals with humiliating names, a bureaucratic method of destroying reputation as well as body. One man is remembered under a name meaning something like Re hates him, a reminder the punishment in Egypt could extend into memory and the afterlife. To be condemned was not only to die, it was to have one's identity reshaped by the state. This detail is lesser known but important. Ancient assassination does not end when the victim dies or the plot fails. It continues in the management of names. A name in Egypt carries power. To preserve a name is to preserve a life in memory. To erase or deform it is to attack existence itself. The state's revenge, therefore, moves beyond execution. It tries to control how the conspirators will be remembered, and in doing so reveals how frightening the plot must have felt. A palace murder threatens the body of the king, but also the cosmic story that says kingship is stable, sacred, and chosen. The response must repair that story. Beyond Egypt, the Near Eastern world offers many examples in which kingship is glorious in public and precarious in practice. Mesopotamian rulers, Assyrian kings, Babylonian dynasts, Hittite princes and Persian monarchs all live within courts where relatives and officials can be as dangerous as enemies beyond the frontier. The evidence varies from detailed royal inscriptions to later Greek narratives, from treaty texts to chronicle fragments, and it must be handled carefully. Royal inscriptions especially are not confessionals. They celebrate legitimacy. They turn messy power struggles into divine approval. If a king takes the throne after turmoil, his inscription may emphasize the god's favor and omit the bodies that made his rule possible. The Hittite world is especially revealing because it preserves concern over royal murder and succession in legal and political texts. The so-called Edict of Telepinu from the 2nd millennium BCE looks back on a period of dynastic violence and attempts to regulate succession after repeated bloodshed within the royal family. The text does not give us a simple list of assassinations in the modern narrative style, but it does show a monarchy trying to solve a deadly problem. When many relatives can claim power, the palace becomes a trap. Brothers, sons, in-laws, and rival branches of the family can turn inheritance into a killing field. Telepinu's reforms suggest that the Hittites understood something central to ancient politics. Unclear succession is not a technical inconvenience. It is an invitation to murder. Assyria, with its terrifying royal ideology and military power, also shows the paradox clearly. Assyrian kings present themselves as chosen by great gods, destroyers of rebels, masters of distant lands. Their palace reliefs show lions dying beneath royal arrows, cities conquered, tribute arriving from the edges of the known world. Yet Assyrian succession could be deadly. Kings feared brothers, sons, governors, generals, and court officials. The murder of Sennacherib in the 7th century BCE is one of the most famous examples. After a reign marked by immense military campaigns and monumental building, Sennacherib was killed by one or more of his sons according to ancient sources amid a succession conflict. The details differ between traditions and the evidence remains complicated, but the core event reveals a brutal truth. The conqueror of cities could be killed within the struggle over his own house. Sennacherib's death also reminds us that assassination can be both personal and geopolitical. This is not merely a family tragedy. The Assyrian Empire is a vast imperial system, and a royal murder can send tremors through provinces, vassals, enemies, and armies. Who controls the capital? Which prince commands loyalty? Which officials shift allegiance first? In a world where communication moves at human and animal speed, uncertainty itself becomes dangerous. A king's death may be known in the palace before it is known on the frontier. For a short time, power exists in uneven pockets of knowledge. Those who hear first may act first. There is something almost structural about this danger. Ancient courts concentrate wealth, prestige, access, and ambition into small spaces. They gather people who owe everything to the ruler, but may lose everything under his successor. They create ranks close enough to the throne to taste power, but not always possess it. They depend on loyalty, yet constantly generate resentment. The palace is therefore both shield and snare. Its walls protect the king from ordinary violence, but they also isolate him among people whose futures are tied to his death. The sacred aura of kingship does not eliminate this. It may even make the stakes higher. If the king is the link between gods and land, then his removal must be justified with extraordinary care. Some conspirators may frame the ruler as impure, illegitimate, mad, tyrannical, cursed, or abandoned by heaven. Others do not bother with moral argument until after the act. But once the killing is done, the story must be arranged quickly. In Egypt, the dead king can still be buried with ritual honor while the conspirators are cursed. In Assyria, a victorious successor can present his accession as divinely favored. In Hittite, memory law can be invoked to prevent future bloodshed. Each culture has its own language, but the problem is shared. How can a society built around royal order explain the murder of the person who embodied it? These early palace killings also reveal why assassination so often becomes invisible. A battle leaves many witnesses. A siege leaves ruins. An invasion leaves displaced populations and tribute lists. But a palace murder may involve only a handful of people, followed by immediate control of records. The most important hours may take place behind doors no historian ever sees. A body may be prepared for burial in ways that conceal wounds. A chronicle may use vague language. A later writer may add drama or moral explanation. The result is a kind of historical half-light. We see outlines: a dead king, a punished faction, a sudden succession, a rumor of guards, a prince removed, a queen accused. The full scene is lost. Yet from those outlines a world becomes visible. It is a world where monarchy is wrapped in incense and terror, where divine titles do not prevent human calculation, where the family of the ruler may be the most dangerous political arena of all. The pharaoh's palace, the Hittite royal house, the Assyrian court, the chambers of Near Eastern kings, all of them show that assassination is not an accident at the edge of ancient politics. It is one of the shadows cast by kingship itself, and as the story moves westward into the Greek world, that shadow changes shape. In Egypt and the Near East, assassination often hides inside the palace and the dynasty. Among the Greeks, it steps into the public square and becomes an argument about tyranny, freedom, honor, and memory. The knife is still a knife, but now the story around it begins to sound different. A killer can become a civic hero. A murder can become a song. And the boundary between political violence and patriotic legend grows dangerously thin. In the Greek world, assassination begins to acquire a public language that is different from the shadowed violence of royal households. The palace remains dangerous, of course, and Greek courts can be as cruel as any in the Near East, but the most famous Greek political killings are remembered through the vocabulary of tyranny and freedom. A murdered ruler is not always simply a dead king. He may become a tyrant overthrown. A killer is not always merely a conspirator. He may become a liberator, a symbol, a citizen who strikes on behalf of the city. This is where assassination steps out from behind curtains and enters the open space of civic memory, where statues, songs, and festivals can transform bloodshed into a story. A whole community tells about itself. The word tyrant did not originally carry exactly the same meaning it has now. In early Greek usage, a tyrannus is often a man who holds power outside the usual hereditary or constitutional patterns, sometimes through popular support, military force, wealth, or factional opportunity. Some tyrants build temples, sponsor festivals, encourage trade, and protect poorer citizens against aristocratic families. Others rule brutally. Many do both, but over time, especially in cities that define themselves against one-man rule, tyranny becomes the nightmare opposite of freedom. It means arrogance, fear, informers, bodyguards, seized property, silenced rivals, and the humiliation of citizens who believe they should not kneel before another man. In the atmosphere, assassination can be remembered not as murder but as restoration. Athens gives the most famous example in the story of Harmodius and Aristogeiton, the so-called tyrant slayers. Their act takes place in the late 6th century BCE when Athens is ruled by the sons of Pisistratus, a tyrant whose own reign had been complex rather than simply monstrous. Pisistratus had taken power, lost it, regained it, and ruled with a mixture of force, moderation, and political skill. After his death, his sons Hippias and Hipparchus inherit the regime. The later Athenian memory of what happens next becomes one of the founding legends of democratic identity, though the real event is more tangled than the legend allows. Harmodius and Aristogeiton plot to kill the tyrants during the Panathenaic festival, a moment when public ceremony creates both spectacle and vulnerability. The city is moving through ritual order. Citizens gather, processions form, armed men may be present in ways that would otherwise be suspicious. A festival meant to display civic unity becomes the setting for political violence. According to the surviving traditions, the conspiracy goes wrong. The killers strike Hipparchus, not Hippias, and Hippias survives. Harmodius is killed quickly, while Aristogeiton is captured and later executed. The tyranny does not fall immediately. In fact, Hippias reportedly becomes harsher after the assassination, more suspicious, more repressive, more isolated. Athens is freed from the Pisistratid tyranny only later, with the help of Spartan intervention and aristocratic maneuvering. That is the historical complication beneath the myth. The famous tyrant slayers did not actually end the tyranny at the moment of their attack. Their motives may not have been purely civic either. Ancient sources suggest a personal dimension involving insult, desire, status, and wounded honor. Scholars still debate how much weight to give these accounts, because later Athenians had reasons to reshape the story. What survives in the record suggests that the killing was both political and personal, and that later memory polished away the messier parts to create a cleaner democratic symbol. Harmodius and Aristogeiton became heroes, not because their attack succeeded in practical terms, but because Athens later needed ancestors for its freedom. The city raised statues to them. Songs celebrated them. Their image became part of the emotional furniture of Athenian democracy. This is one of the surprising details of ancient assassination. Failure can become victory if memory finds a use for it. The dead assassins could be honored as men who dared to strike at tyranny, even if the tyranny survived them. The story allowed Athenians to imagine their political identity as born from courage, rather than compromise from the citizen's blade, rather than from foreign pressure or aristocratic calculation. It is not that the legend is simply false. Harmodius and Aristogeiton did kill a member of the ruling tyranny, but the meaning of that act was expanded until it carried more weight than the event itself could bear. Here the Greek world reveals a pattern that will echo for centuries. Political murder becomes moral theatre. The assassin's body disappears, but his image remains. The victim becomes a type, the tyrant. The killer becomes another type, the liberator. The actual motives, partial failures, factional interests, and later consequences are pressed into a shape simple enough for public memory. No single explanation fully accounts for why some assassins are cursed while others are honored. Much depends on timing, ideology, and the needs of those who inherit the story. Other Greek cities knew this tension well. Tyranny was not rare in the archaic and classical Greek world. Cities were often divided by class conflict, aristocratic rivalry, debt-land hunger, and competition between old families and ambitious newcomers. A tyrant might rise by promising order or justice, only to become the focus of elite hatred. Assassination could be the chosen tool of aristocrats who had lost influence, or of citizens who felt degraded by personal rule. But because Greek political culture placed such value on public status and the visible freedom of male citizens, insults could become political accelerants. A slight at a festival, an exclusion from office. An attack on a family member or a sexual humiliation might be remembered as part of a larger struggle against tyranny. Personal injury and civic ideology were not always separate. The case of Alexander of Pherae, a tyrant in Thessaly in the 4th century BCE, shows a darker, more domestic form of Greek tyrannicide. Alexander ruled with a reputation for cruelty that ancient sources present in vivid terms, though hostile exaggeration is always possible. His death reportedly comes through a conspiracy involving his wife Thebe and her brothers. The story is filled with the claustrophobic atmosphere of a household where the ruler's violence has turned inward. Thebe is said to have feared and hated him, and the killing takes place not in a heroic public square, but in the vulnerable space of sleep and marriage. The details preserved through later literary sources cannot be treated as perfectly transparent, yet they show how Greek writers understood tyranny as a condition that poisoned private life as well as public politics. In such stories, the tyrant is often surrounded by bodyguards but still unsafe in bed. He may terrorize a city and yet be undone by those who share his roof. This is not merely irony, it reflects the ancient belief that unjust power creates unnatural relations. A tyrant cannot trust friends, spouse, kin, or citizens because he has made himself an enemy to all. Whether this is moral philosophy or historical reality depends on the case, but Greek writers repeatedly return to the same idea. Tyranny is a lonely form of power. It may command obedience, but it breeds the kind of fear that eventually seeks a knife. Yet Greek political killing was not always directed at tyrants. Sometimes assassination emerged inside democracies, oligarchies, and leagues where factional politics could become deadly without any single ruler to overthrow. The Greek city-state was intimate by scale compared with later empires. Citizens knew the faces of rivals. Public debates were personal. Lawsuits carried political meaning. Exile was common. Returning exiles brought grudges. Mercenaries could be hired. Sanctuaries and festivals created moments of exposure. In small political communities where honor and influence were intensely visible, the boundary between public conflict and private vengeance could be thin. This is why the Greek language of liberation can be both inspiring and dangerous. If killing a tyrant is noble, who decides who is a tyrant? If a citizen claims to act for freedom, how do others distinguish courage from ambition? The Greeks themselves worried about this. Their histories and dramas are full of men who use noble words to cover personal motives. They understood that political language can purify violence in memory, without purifying it in fact. A city may celebrate an assassination after it succeeds and condemn a similar plot when it fails. The moral meaning of the act often depends on the regime that follows. The broader Greek world also turns assassination into a lesson about the instability of power gained outside normal limits. Tyrants appear splendid for a time. They build feast, command, reward artists, marry into powerful families, hire guards, and intimidate enemies. But their rule depends heavily on personal control. Once that control weakens, enemies gather quickly. Unlike hereditary monarchy, which can claim ancient continuity, tyranny often rests on the abilities and fears of one man. When he grows complacent or cruel, the system narrows around him. The court becomes smaller. The circle of trust shrinks. The ruler hears less truth. Then the assassin does not need to defeat an institution. He needs to exploit a loneliness. The assassination of Hipparchus, however imperfectly remembered, also shows how public ritual can expose power. Festivals are dangerous because they require rulers to appear among the people. They suspend ordinary rhythms. They create crowds, movement, symbolic clothing weapons disguised as ceremonial objects and noise. They also carry meaning. To kill during a festival is not only practical, it can be symbolic. It says the ruler has violated the city's sacred and civic order, and the killing returns violence into the very space where unity is supposed to be displayed. Many ancient assassinations occur during ceremonies, audiences, processions, games, banquets, sacrifices, or weddings for precisely this reason. Power must be seen, and being seen creates risk. Greek memory does something else with assassins. It aestheticizes them. The statues of Harmodius and Aristogeiton are not merely memorials. They present political violence as youthful, beautiful, disciplined, and civic. Their bodies become an argument in bronze. The real blood confusion, fear, and failed coordination of the Panathenaic plot are replaced by poised motion and ideal form. This is a lesser-known but crucial part of the story. Art can make assassination look cleaner than it is. It can turn a desperate act into a permanent gesture. A city that will be horrified by random murder can honor a specific killing when it fits the story the city wants to believe about itself. Still, the Greek world does not allow the issue to remain simple. Philosophers and historians repeatedly examine the corruption of power, but they also fear disorder. A tyrant may deserve removal, yet assassination can unleash reprisals, factional revenge, foreign intervention, or a worse ruler. Hippias becomes harsher after Hipparchus dies. Other cities fall into cycles of coup and counter-coup. The knife may be aimed at oppression, but it can cut open a deeper instability. The evidence remains incomplete for many individual cases, but the pattern is clear enough. Killing a ruler does not automatically create freedom. Sometimes it creates a martyr for one faction and a pretext for another. By the 4th century, BCE, Greek political assassination exists in a world increasingly shaped by larger powers. City-states still argue about freedom, but Macedon rises to the north with a different political structure. A monarchy hardened by war, aristocratic rivalry, and military ambition. Greek ideas about tyranny and liberation do not disappear, but they enter a wider arena where kings command professional armies, and court politics can decide the fate of entire regions. The assassin's blade is about to move from the civic square back into the royal theatre, but now with consequences far beyond one city. The man at the centre of that shift is Philip II of Macedon. He is not a tyrant in the old city-state sense, though many Greeks fear him as one. He is a king, a reformer of armies, a diplomat, a hostage in youth who learned the politics of Greece and then mastered them with unsettling skill. Under him, Macedon becomes the power that can bend the Greek world. And when he is murdered in public at a royal celebration, the old themes return in a more explosive form: access, insult, succession, faction, memory, and the question that never fully dies. Was this the act of one wounded man, or did larger ambition stand behind the blade? Philip II of Macedon enters the story as the kind of man whose death seems almost too perfectly timed to remain simple. By the year 336 BCE, he has transformed Macedon from a rough northern kingdom on the edge of Greek affairs into the dominant military power of the Eastern Mediterranean. He has survived captivity in youth court intrigues, battlefield wounds, diplomatic betrayals, and the contempt of southern Greeks who once treated Macedonians as semi-barbarous outsiders. He's rebuilt the army into a machine of terrifying discipline, armed with long Sarissa's cavalry coordination siegecraft, and a command structure capable of doing what the quarrelsome city-states rarely could keep moving in one direction. He has defeated Athens and Thebes at Chaeronea, organized the League of Corinth, and prepared a great invasion of the Persian Empire. He is standing at the edge of a campaign that could make him the greatest conqueror of his age. Then, during a public celebration, in front of Macedonian nobles, foreign guests, soldiers, and family, he's stabbed to death by one of his own bodyguards. The scene takes place at Ægae, the old royal capital of Macedon, during festivities connected with the wedding of Philip's daughter Cleopatra to Alexander of Epirus. The location matters. Ægae is not merely a backdrop. It is a place of dynastic memory, royal burial ceremony, and legitimacy. The wedding itself is politically charged, joining branches of the wider royal world and displaying Philip's power at a moment when he wants all eyes on Macedon. Delegates from Greek states are present. Macedonian elites are present. The king is making a spectacle of unity, fertility, continuity, and command. He enters the theatre in ceremonial fashion, reportedly choosing to walk without his guards close around him, as if to show that he is secure among Greeks and Macedonians alike. In that space of display, the vulnerability of power opens again. Pausanias, a member of the royal bodyguard, rushes forward and strikes him. The ancient accounts are dramatic but not perfectly consistent, and the evidence remains incomplete. Diodorus Justin Aristotle, in brief reference and later traditions, preserve pieces of the story each shaped by distance, purpose, and inherited rumour. What survives suggests that Pausanias had a personal grievance against Philip, rooted in a brutal episode of humiliation involving another Pausanias, the powerful noble Attalus, and the violent culture of Macedonian aristocratic honour. The details are ugly. Pausanias, according to the tradition, had been sexually abused or dishonoured after offending Attalus, or someone connected to him, and when he sought justice from Philip, the king failed to punish Attalus adequately. Instead, Philip continued to favour Attalus, whose importance had risen sharply, because his niece Cleopatra Eurydice had recently married Philip. Pausanias, unable to obtain satisfaction through royal justice, appears to have turned his rage against the king himself. Even if this explanation contains truth, it does not close the case. Ancient assassinations rarely rest comfortably on one motive, especially when the victim is a king at the centre of dynastic tension. Philip's household in 336 BCE is dangerously strained. His marriage to Cleopatra Eurydice has shaken the position of Olympias, his powerful Molossian wife, and their son Alexander. Cleopatra Eurydice is Macedonian, connected to Attalus, and capable of producing a fully Macedonian heir who might threaten Alexander's succession. At a wedding feast not long before the assassination, Attalus is said to have prayed for a legitimate heir to the kingdom, an insult that cuts directly at Alexander's status. Alexander reacts violently. Philip stumbles in drunken anger, and the royal family cracks in public view. Later storytelling may sharpen this scene for effect, but the political reality behind it is clear enough. Succession is no longer calm. This is where suspicion gathers around Olympias and Alexander. Did they know of Pausanias' anger? Did they encourage him? Did they merely benefit from his act? Or were they innocent of the murder but ruthless in exploiting it? Scholars still debate these questions because the sources are late partial and often hostile to those involved. Olympias in particular is treated by many ancient writers as dangerous, vengeful, and almost theatrical in her cruelty, a portrait shaped partly by misogyny and partly by the brutal realities of Macedonian dynastic politics. She may indeed have been formidable and willing to eliminate rivals, but later traditions often make powerful royal women into convenient engines of suspicion. Alexander, meanwhile, becomes so immense in later history that every shadow before his rise seems to point toward destiny. It is tempting to imagine him behind the blade because his benefit is obvious. Yet benefit is not proof. What can be said with more confidence is that Philip's assassination takes place in a court where personal grievance, aristocratic honour, sexual violence, factional rivalry and succession anxiety overlap. No single explanation fully accounts for this. Pausanias may have acted from rage over humiliation and denial of justice. That does not exclude the possibility that others saw his rage as useful. A wounded bodyguard with access to the king is exactly the kind of person a conspiracy would seek, but it is also exactly the kind of person who might act alone. The moment is perfectly suited to murder, because Philip's political world has created too many enemies too close to his body. The killing itself reveals the strange choreography of royal exposure. Philip is not struck in some hidden chamber after midnight. He is killed in public during celebration at a moment when his glory is meant to be visible. That visibility becomes lethal. The king must appear before his people and allies as master of the Greek world. He must show confidence. He must allow ceremony to bring him close to others. A king who hides too much looks afraid. A king who appears too openly becomes reachable. Philip chooses display and Pausanias uses the opening. After the stabbing, the assassin attempts to escape toward waiting horses, suggesting at least preparation. He is killed before he can be captured and questioned. That detail matters greatly. A dead assassin cannot explain who helped him, who knew who paid, who promised protection, or whether the horses were arranged by him alone. The silence after his death becomes almost as important as the stab itself. Macedonian response is immediate because hesitation would be fatal. Alexander is proclaimed king, quickly supported by key military figures and companions. The speed is not accidental. In a monarchy like Macedon, uncertainty invites rivals, and rivals invite civil war. Alexander must move before the shock spreads into opportunity. Potential threats are eliminated. Cleopatra Eurydice's position collapses. Attalus, away in Asia with advance forces for the Persian campaign, becomes too dangerous to leave alive and is eventually killed on Alexander's orders. Other possible claimants are removed or neutralized. The new king acts with the cold urgency required by his world. Whatever he knew before Philip's death, he understands what the death now demands. This is one of the lesser-remembered truths behind Alexander's glamorous later legend. His reign begins not with a clean, heroic sunrise, but with a palace murder and a purge. Before Granicus, Issus, Gaugamela, Egypt, Babylon, and India, there is Aegai. Before the young king becomes a mythic conqueror, he must survive the Macedonian succession crisis. The empire he will build begins in the blood of the man who created the army he inherits. Alexander's genius is real, but so is his inheritance. Philip had already forged the weapon. Philip had already subdued Greece. Philip had already planned the Persian invasion. The assassination transfers that weapon into the hands of a younger, more reckless, more visionary, and perhaps more dangerous man. The consequences are enormous. Had Philip lived, the invasion of Persia might still have happened, but its character may have been different. Philip was experienced, pragmatic, and deeply political. He knew how to manipulate Greek alliances, use marriage, diplomacy, punish selectively, and consolidate. Alexander shared some of these skills, but he also pushed far beyond what Philip may have intended. The death at Ægae therefore changes not only the ruler, but the scale of ambition. Under Philip, the campaign against Persia might have been a Macedonian-led war of revenge and expansion into Asia Minor. Under Alexander, it becomes a conquest that tears through the Persian Empire, reaches Egypt, Babylon, Persepolis, Central Asia, and the Indus, and creates a new Hellenistic world whose cultural effects last for centuries. And yet the assassination also shows how fragile such transformations can be. World history turns not only on grand strategies and economic forces, but sometimes on a bodyguard's grievance, a king's failure to administer justice, a drunken insult at a wedding feast, a faction's fear of being displaced, and the few steps between a royal procession and a waiting blade. This does not mean history is random. The conditions around Philip's death have been forming for years. Macedonian monarchy was intensely personal. The aristocracy was warlike and proud. Royal marriages were political weapons. Succession was not governed by a peaceful automatic rule. Philip's own brilliance had raised the stakes of inheriting his throne. The larger structure made violence possible. The individual act made it real. Philip's death also complicates the moral language of assassination. Unlike the Greek tyrant killers, Pausanias is not remembered as a civic liberator. He does not become a democratic hero in bronze. His motive, whether personal or manipulated, is not easily turned into a noble public ideology. Yet his act produces a greater transformation than many celebrated tyrannicides. The murder of Hipparchus becomes a symbol of Athenian freedom, though it does not immediately free Athens. The murder of Philip becomes the gateway to Alexander's empire, though it is not celebrated as liberation. Memory does not measure importance fairly. It measures usefulness, identity, and narrative shape. There is another irony. Philip spends his life mastering the politics of Greek cities, but his death belongs to the older and darker world of the royal court. He can defeat hoplite coalitions. He can outmaneuver diplomats. He can prepare to invade the greatest empire on earth. But he cannot fully control the injuries and ambitions inside his own circle. The ancient sources often present great men as if their characters drive history, and Philip's character certainly matters: charming, ruthless, patient, opportunistic, brave, and sometimes careless. But the assassination reveals the limits of even extraordinary political intelligence. A ruler may understand states and still misread a wounded man close to him. After Ægae, the story widens violently. Alexander inherits not only the throne but the unresolved energies of Macedon, its army, its nobles, its hunger for plunder, its claim to leadership over Greece, its revenge narrative against Persia, and its habit of solving succession problems with speed and depth. The assassination has not ended instability. It has merely concentrated it into a new figure. Alexander will carry Macedonian violence outward across continents, but the danger will never leave the court behind him. Around his empire, men will continue to die suddenly, inconveniently suspiciously. Friends will become rivals. Generals will become kings. Mothers, wives, half-brothers, and children will become pieces on a board where legitimacy is precious and mercy rare. Philip's body is buried among the royal dead in a landscape where archaeology has uncovered tombs of extraordinary richness and continuing debate. The material splendor of Macedonian burial reminds us that these kings wanted to be remembered in gold, weapons, paintings, and ceremony. But memory keeps returning to the theatre at Ægae, to the public moment when splendor failed. The king walked into view to display confidence, and history answered with the most intimate truth of ancient power: the body beneath the crown can still be reached. Alexander's empire is born from an assassination, and in a grim way it never escapes that beginning. The murder of Philip II clears the path for a young king whose speed will astonish the ancient world, but it also leaves behind a lesson that every Macedonian noble, general and royal relative can understand power belongs to the person who survives the dangerous interval between one ruler and the next. Alexander conquers with brilliance, but around him there is always another battlefield quieter than Granicus, or Gaugamela hidden behind tents, palaces, marriages, drinking parties, letters and bedside councils. It is the battlefield of succession, and it is far less glorious. At first the violence is controlled by Alexander himself. He moves quickly to secure the throne after Philip's death, then turns outward with the army his father built. The invasion of Persia gives Macedonian ambition a vast external target. Soldiers who might have become restless at home now march into Asia. Nobles who might have plotted in Macedon compete for command, plunder and royal favour. Alexander's astonishing victories temporarily bind the dangerous men around him to a shared project. The Persian Empire falls not because it is weak in every part, but because Alexander repeatedly forces crisis at its centre. Cities open, satraps negotiate, treasuries fall into Macedonian hands, and the king's image expands beyond ordinary monarchy. He becomes conqueror, avenger, pharaoh, great king son of Zeus Ammon, in some traditions master of a world too large for the political habits that produced him. Yet conquest does not remove suspicion, it spreads it across a wider map. The farther Alexander travels from Macedon, the more delicate his position becomes. He must command Macedonian veterans who expect him to remain one of their own Greek allies, who resent Macedonian dominance. Persian nobles whose cooperation is necessary, local dynasts who may submit today and rebel tomorrow, and companions who have known him since youth, but now watch him become something almost unreachable. The court changes. Persian dress appears. Proskynesis, or courtly obeisance, becomes a point of tension. New marriages bind Macedonians to Asian elites. The king who once inherited a rough Macedonian war machine begins to present himself in forms older, grander, and more absolute. For some around him this looks like genius. For others it looks like betrayal. In this atmosphere, deaths around Alexander acquire a darker charge. Not every violent death is assassination, and not every execution is a hidden conspiracy. But the boundary between royal justice and political elimination becomes thin. Philotas, son of the powerful general Parmenion, is accused in connection with a conspiracy against Alexander and executed after interrogation. Soon after, Parmenion himself, stationed far away and still commanding important forces, is killed on Alexander's orders before he can become a danger. The logic is ruthless, but comprehensible. A father whose son has been executed may rebel. A general of Parmenian stature cannot be left alive if the king doubts his loyalty. Whether Philotas was truly guilty remains debated, and the evidence is filtered through sources that often justify Alexander's decisions after the fact. What survives suggests not a simple moral tale, but a court where fear and necessity feed each other. The death of Parmenion is especially revealing because it shows assassination as an instrument of state security. He is not publicly tried before the army in the king's presence. He is killed remotely through orders sent across the empire. This is political murder with administrative reach. Alexander's world is now so large that elimination must travel by message. A sealed order can be as deadly as a dagger. The old intimacy of assassination remains because someone still has to approach the victim, but the decision belongs to imperial distance. In this sense, Alexander's empire modernizes ancient killing. The king does not need to be in the room. His suspicion is enough. Then comes the death of Clytus the Black, which is not assassination in the usual sense, but belongs to the same landscape of lethal proximity. Clytus had saved Alexander's life at the Granicus, cutting down a Persian noble who was about to strike the young king. Years later, during a drunken quarrel at Maracanda, Clytus criticizes Alexander's growing arrogance and defends the old Macedonian ways. Alexander, enraged, kills him with a spear or pike. Ancient writers present the scene as a tragic warning about anger, wine, flattery, and the corruption of absolute power. The evidence is literary and moralized, but the core is plausible enough. A companion close enough to save the king is also close enough to die by his hand. In Alexander's circle, intimacy is both honor and danger. The lesser-known details around these episodes reveal how tense the court had become. Macedonian kings traditionally drank with companions, argued openly, and existed among warrior aristocrats whose loyalty was fierce but not servile. Alexander's adoption of Persian royal styles strained that culture. Men who had followed him through deserts, sieges, river crossings, and mountain passes could accept hardship more easily than humiliation. They had risked their lives beside him, not beneath him as distant subjects. When Alexander began to demand forms of reverence associated with Persian kingship, some saw it not as diplomacy, but as a transformation of the relationship between king and companions. Assassination fears grew in that emotional gap. A ruler becoming more sacred also becomes more isolated, and isolation makes him more suspicious. The so-called pages conspiracy deepens this pattern. A group of royal pages, young men from elite Macedonian families who served close to the king, are accused of plotting against Alexander after one of them is punished. The conspiracy may have been real or partly real, though scholars still debate its scope and the role of older figures such as Callisthenes the historian and relative of Aristotle, who had criticized aspects of Alexander's court policy. Callisthenes is arrested and dies in custody or imprisonment depending on the source tradition. Again, the details remain uncertain, but the structure is familiar: young men with intimate access, resentment over humiliation, ideological discomfort with royal excess, and a king increasingly ready to treat opposition as existential threat. The irony is sharp. Alexander has defeated the Persian great king, yet he begins to inherit the Persian king's problem. The ruler at the center of a vast court must fear those closest to him. The old Macedonian bond between king and companions cannot survive unchanged. When the king rules Babylon, Susa, Persepolis, Egypt, Bactria, and beyond, the scale of empire demands ceremony, distance, hierarchy, and administrative complexity. But those same things produce resentment among the men who remember when Alexander was one of them, however brilliant and royal. The empire is too large for simplicity, but the army's memory is too intimate for divinity. Then suddenly Alexander himself dies in Babylon in 323 BCE, and the ancient world is thrown into one of its most consequential succession crises. His death is not usually classified as an assassination by mainstream scholarship. Ancient sources describe fever after heavy drinking, illness lasting days, and a gradual decline. Modern explanations range from infectious disease to complications of wounds, malaria, typhoid, pancreatitis, or other medical possibilities, but certainty is impossible. Poison rumors appear in antiquity, as they so often do when a powerful ruler dies inconveniently young. Some stories accuse Antipater's circle or suggest poison carried by Iolaus, but these traditions are disputed and often politically motivated. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for all reported symptoms. What matters for this story is that Alexander's death, natural or not, functions politically like the greatest assassination imaginable. It removes the one body holding an impossible empire together. He leaves no adult heir ready to rule. His half-brother Aridaeus, later Philip III, is alive but considered mentally impaired or politically limited by the Macedonian elite. Roxane Alexander's Bactrian wife is pregnant, and if the child is male, he may inherit a claim. Other wives, including Statera, daughter of Darius III, complicate the dynastic picture. The generals gather around a corpse that has not yet been properly buried, and the future of the world becomes a question without an answer. Who receives the ring? Who commands the army? Should they wait for Roxane's child? Should Philip III be king? Should the empire remain united under regents, or be divided among the men strong enough to hold its pieces? Alexander has conquered too much and planned too little for what would happen when his breath stopped. The result is not one assassination, but a generation of eliminations. The royal family becomes a sequence of targets. Roxane gives birth to Alexander Thorth, a child whose existence is both precious and dangerous. A boy king can legitimize regents, but he can also become a threat once he grows. Philip III, Aridaeus, is used by factions and eventually killed amid the struggles involving Olympias Cassander and other successors. Olympias herself, mother of Alexander, returns violently to the stage and is later executed after surrendering to Cassander's forces. Roxane and Alexander IV are eventually murdered on Cassander's orders, quietly removing the last direct line of Alexander. Heracles, an alleged illegitimate son of Alexander by Basine, is also eliminated when his claim becomes politically useful and then inconvenient. The empire's founding family is consumed by the very men who claim to preserve its legacy. This is the cold underside of the Hellenistic world. Modern memory often lingers on the dazzling spread of Greek culture cities named Alexandria, libraries, philosophical schools, art science, royal courts, and the blending of Greek and local traditions from Egypt to Central Asia. All of that is real, but beneath it lies a brutal succession catastrophe. Alexander's generals, the Diadochi, do not simply inherit an empire. They carve legitimacy out of the bodies of relatives, rivals, and children. Assassination becomes the hidden grammar of the post-Alexander world, because no one possesses an unquestioned right strong enough to end the argument. One of the most disturbing patterns is the killing of those who are dangerous precisely because they are legitimate. A talented adult rival can be defeated in battle, but a child with the right blood can be more difficult to ignore. The child does not need to command an army today. He only needs to exist as a future around which enemies might gather. That is why royal children in succession crises often live in gilded danger. They are guarded, honoured, displayed, and quietly feared. Alexander IV is not murdered because of what he has done. He is murdered because of what he might one day represent. In ancient dynastic politics, possibility can be fatal. The empire that follows Alexander therefore becomes a world of kings who know how they themselves rose. Ptolemy in Egypt, Seleucus in Asia, Antigonus, and Demetrius Lysimachus, Cassander and others all understand that crowns can be made by force and lost by hesitation. The old Macedonian habits of personal loyalty and aristocratic violence merge with the older Near Eastern and Egyptian traditions of royal grandeur. Hellenistic kings present themselves as saviors, benefactors, gods, warriors, city founders, patrons of learning and protectors of order. Yet behind the bright inscriptions, the dynastic houses they establish repeatedly fall into murder-poison rumours, sibling rivalry, queenly intrigue, and palace coups. Alexander's own death thus becomes a kind of dark seed. Whether illness, poison, or something still unknowable, it creates a vacuum in which assassination spreads. The conqueror had outrun the political forms that might have secured his achievement. He could cross mountains faster than institutions could grow. He could defeat armies faster than legitimacy could settle. When he vanished, all that speed reversed into fragmentation. The men around him had learned conquest from him, but not restraint. They had learned that the world could be remade by audacity. They now applied that lesson to one another. And in the background, Philip's murder at Ige still echoes. A father killed in public, a son elevated by crisis. An empire built through personal genius, then shattered by the absence of a peaceful succession. The Macedonian story shows ancient assassination at its most consequential, not because one blade explains everything, but because it reveals a system in which the death of one ruler can expose all the weaknesses victory had hidden. Alexander's empire looks unstoppable while he lives. After he dies, it becomes clear that it was held together not only by armies and cities, but by a single human body. Once that body is gone, the knives return. By the time Julius Caesar walks toward the Senate meeting on the Ides of March, Rome has already spent generations teaching itself that political violence can be explained as public duty. The Republic likes to imagine its own history as a long struggle against kings. Its founding memory begins with the expulsion of monarchy, the hatred of royal arrogance, and the promise that no single man should ever again rule Romans as a master. Yet Rome also becomes a state built on conquest hierarchy, patronage, family ambition, debt, and military loyalty. It defeats kings abroad while producing men at home whose power begins to look kingly in everything but name. That contradiction grows slowly at first, then violently, until Caesar's body becomes the place where the Republic tries to solve a problem it can no longer govern. Rome's political world is not a gentle constitutional machine. It is competitive, proud, theatrical, and intensely personal. Nobles spend their lives chasing offices, glory, ancestors' honors, military commands, public gratitude, and the admiration of crowds. The Roman elite believes deeply in liberty, but liberty often means the liberty of aristocrats to compete without one man rising permanently above the rest. The Republic can absorb rivalry when magistracies are temporary and armies return to the state. It becomes more fragile when generals command soldiers for years, conquer provinces, distribute wealth, and inspire loyalty stronger than law. By Caesar's lifetime, the old balance has already been wounded by earlier crises, the reforms and deaths of the Gracchi, the violence of Marius and Sulla, proscriptions, civil war, slave revolts, and the normalization of armed force in politics. Caesar does not create the sickness alone. He inherits it, exploits it, and finally embodies it. His rise is inseparable from the breakdown of trust among Rome's leading men. Caesar is brilliant, daring, charming, deeply ambitious, and almost dangerously forgiving when forgiveness serves him. He builds alliances through debt, marriage, spectacle, legal skill, and military success. His partnership with Pompey and Crassus, later called the First Triumvirate, is not an official constitutional office, but a private arrangement among powerful men who can bend public life around their interests. When Crassus dies and Pompey drifts toward the senatorial conservatives, the balance collapses. Caesar's conquest of Gaul gives him wealth, hardened legions, and fame on a scale Rome cannot easily contain. His enemies fear that if he returns to private life they can prosecute and destroy him. Caesar fears that surrendering command will leave him exposed. The Republic has no mechanism trusted by both sides, so the question becomes military. When Caesar crosses the Rubicon in 49 BCE, he turns political conflict into civil war. The act is famous because it makes visible what had been forming invisibly for years. A Roman magistrate brings his army into Italy and forces the state to choose between submission and war. Pompey and many senators flee. Caesar advances with speed and calculated mercy. He defeats Pompey's forces, pursues the war across the Mediterranean, and finally stands as the dominant man in Rome. Pompey is murdered in Egypt by men hoping to please Caesar, a grim reminder that assassination can appear even at the edges of civil war as opportunistic diplomacy. Caesar reportedly reacts with anger or sorrow at Pompey's severed head, but Pompey's death also removes the one rival whose prestige might have matched his own. By the mid-40s BCE, Caesar's victory is undeniable, yet victory creates the very danger that will kill him. Caesar accumulates honors that disturb Roman sensibilities. Dictatorship itself is an old emergency office, but Caesar's dictatorship stretches beyond the old limits, eventually becoming dictatorship for life. His image appears in ways once unthinkable for living Romans. His chair-clothing statue's calendar, reform priestly honors, public ceremonies, and control over offices all suggest a man placed above ordinary competition. To some Romans, these honors are necessary recognition of reality. The Republic has been broken by war, and Caesar is the only figure strong enough to stabilize it. To others, they are signs of monarchy creeping back under Roman names. The evidence remains incomplete when it comes to Caesar's deepest intentions. Did he want to become king in formal title, or did he merely accept unprecedented honors while preserving Republican language? Scholars still debate this, because ancient sources write after the murder and often through the shadow of what came next. But perception matters as much as intention. Enough senators come to believe that Caesar's continued life means the end of their political world. The conspirators who gather against him call themselves liberators. That word matters. They are not trying to appear as private murderers. They claim to act for the Republic, for ancestral liberty, for the dignity of the Senate and against tyranny. But their motives are not pure in any simple sense. Some are old enemies whom Caesar pardoned after the civil war. Some are disappointed supporters. Some fear loss of rank. Some hold philosophical objections to monarchy. Some are drawn by family memory, especially Marcus Junius Brutus, whose name carries the heavy legend of Lucius Junius Brutus, the man credited with helping expel Rome's last king. Gaius Cassius Longinus brings sharper energy, resentment, and organizational force. Decimus Brutus, trusted by Caesar, becomes one of the most painful figures in the plot, because his betrayal reaches deep into Caesar's circle. No single explanation fully accounts for the conspiracy. It is ideology, fear, ambition, wounded aristocratic pride, and political miscalculation bound together by the belief that one killing can restore a dying system. The timing of the assassination is shaped by urgency. Caesar is preparing to leave Rome for a major eastern campaign against Parthia. Once he departs with armies, he may become unreachable for months or years, and his military glory may grow even further. Rumors circulate that he may be granted the title of king outside Italy, a compromise that would still horrify many Romans. Whether these rumors accurately reflect policy or political panic is uncertain, but they intensify the conspirators' sense that delay is dangerous. The Senate meeting on March 15, 44 BCE offers an opportunity. Caesar will be present without full military protection. The setting is not the traditional Senate house, which is unavailable, but the theatre of Pompey, a space haunted by the memory of Caesar's defeated rival. There is a strange symmetry in that. The conqueror of Pompey is killed beneath or near Pompey's symbolic presence, in a building complex created by the man whose side many conspirators had once supported. Ancient accounts describe warnings, omens, dreams, and hesitation. Calpurnia, Caesar's wife, is said to have dreamed of danger and urged him not to attend. A haruspex spirina is remembered as warning him to beware the Ides of March. A note naming the conspirators supposedly reaches Caesar but remains unread. These details may preserve real rumors and anxieties, or they may be shaped by later writers who want disaster to feel foretold. Ancient people looked for signs, because a death of this magnitude seemed too large to arrive without warning. Modern historians treat such material cautiously, but it reveals the emotional truth of the event. Caesar lives in a world full of danger, and many people sense that the air around him is charged. According to the tradition, Caesar nearly stays home, but Decimus Brutus persuades him to attend, mocking the idea that the Senate should be dismissed because of dreams, and suggesting that his absence would look weak. If true, this is one of the most consequential acts of persuasion in Roman history. The assassin does not need to strike yet. He merely needs to make sure the victim enters the room. Once Caesar arrives, the conspirators gather around him under the pretense of petitioning. Tillius Cimber approaches with a request concerning his exiled brother. Others close in. This detail matters because it shows again the ancient mechanics of proximity. A formal petition provides a reason for men to surround Caesar physically. Politics itself creates the formation of murder. Then the attack begins. One conspirator pulls at Caesar's toga. Another strikes perhaps awkwardly, perhaps only grazing him at first. The scene becomes chaos. The sources differ in details, but they agree on the essential horror. Many senators, men of rank and lineage, stab Caesar together so that responsibility is shared. This is not the act of a lone killer. It is a ritualized collective murder, almost an anti-coronation. The conspirators want no single man to bear the deed alone, and perhaps they want the body to show that the Senate has acted as a body. Caesar resists at first. He is wounded again and again. The famous line to Brutus is almost certainly later literary embroidery in its familiar form, though ancient sources do preserve the idea that Caesar recognizes Brutus or responds to him with special pain. What survives most powerfully is the image of Caesar covering himself with his toga as he falls, trying to preserve dignity at the instant when his power is stripped down to flesh. He dies at the base of Pompey's statue, or so the tradition insists, and even if the detail is too symbolically perfect, it captures how Romans understood the moment. Civil war has turned inward. The Senate, claiming to kill a tyrant, has murdered Rome's strongest man in a public political space. Blood stains the floor where debate is supposed to govern conflict. The conspirators rush out expecting, or at least hoping, that the city will understand. They shout of liberty. They call for restoration. They imagine that once Caesar is dead, the Republic can breathe again, but the silence that meets them is the first sign of their failure. The Roman people do not rise in unified gratitude. Many senators flee in terror. Caesar's veterans remain a looming force. His supporters are stunned but not destroyed. The conspirators have removed the man, but they have not replaced the structure of power he controlled. They have no army in the city strong enough to impose their vision. They have no agreed political program beyond the killing. They have confused assassination with settlement. This is the fatal miscalculation at the heart of the Ides of March, the belief that a system broken by decades of war inequality, military loyalty and elite competition can be healed by stabbing the victor. Mark Antony, who had been spared by the conspirators, moves carefully. Some had wanted to kill him too, but Brutus reportedly argued against expanding the bloodshed, wishing to preserve the appearance of noble tyrannicide rather than factional slaughter. This restraint, whether principled or naive, gives Caesar's closest surviving ally time to act. Antony secures Caesar's papers, controls the funeral, and negotiates with the Senate while measuring the city's mood. Caesar's will reveals that he has adopted his great-nephew Octavian as heir, introducing a young man who is absent from the murder scene, but will become its greatest beneficiary. The conspirators killed Caesar, but they did not kill Caesarism. They did not even know its next face. The funeral changes everything. Ancient sources describe Antony displaying Caesar's wounds, reading his will, and stirring public anger until the crowd turns on the assassins. The details are shaped by later drama, but the political effect is clear. Caesar becomes more dangerous dead than alive. His body punctured by senatorial blades becomes evidence not of liberation, but of betrayal. The people see not abstract constitutional theory, but the murdered man who gave games, reforms, debt relief colonies, and glory. Veterans see their commander. Supporters see a martyr. The conspirators see their moral narrative slipping away. Once again, the meaning of assassination is decided after the act in the struggle over memory. The Ides of March, therefore, becomes one of history's most famous examples of political murder failing on its own terms. Caesar is dead, but the Republic is not restored. Instead, Rome falls into another cycle of civil war. Brutus and Cassius flee east, raise forces, and are defeated by Antony and Octavian at Philippi. The liberators die by suicide, their cause shattered. Antony and Octavian later turn against each other, and after Actium Octavian stands alone. He will become Augustus, Rome's first emperor in all but the carefully managed language of republican tradition. The assassins killed the man they feared would become king, and within a generation Rome accepts one-man rule more durable than anything Caesar held. This does not mean the conspirators were foolish in fearing Caesar's power. Their fear had foundation. Caesar's dictatorship had changed Rome beyond precedent. But their solution belonged to an older political imagination, one in which removing the would-be tyrant could restore the city. Rome in 44 BCE is no longer that city if it ever truly was. Armies, provinces, money, veterans, popular politics, and elite competition have outgrown the republican forms meant to contain them. The assassination reveals the Republic's weakness more than its strength. It is a dramatic assertion of senatorial agency, but also proof that normal politics has failed. And still, the image endures: the crowded Senate, the raised daggers, Brutus and Cassius Caesar falling beneath the weight of men who believe they are saving Rome. It endures because it holds a contradiction that never stops troubling political life. When does resistance to concentrated power become murder? When does legal order become a mask for domination? Can violence defend liberty, or does it poison what it claims to save? Ancient Rome gives no simple answer. It gives a body on the floor, a city in shock, and a republic that discovers too late that killing a ruler is easier than rebuilding the world that made him necessary. After Caesar, Rome does not forget assassination. It learns from it. The lesson is not moral, or at least not only moral, it is practical. A ruler can be surrounded by honors, titles, laws, priests, statues, soldiers, and public gratitude and still be killed if the men close to him decide that the future requires his death. The Republic had tried to use assassination as a cure for monarchy and instead opened the road to empire. But the empire that follows does not escape the knife. It merely changes the rooms in which the knife is hidden. Under Augustus, the language of the old Republic remains carefully polished, but the reality of power has shifted. Rome now depends on one man at the center, and eventually on the dangerous question of who stands closest to that man when his strength begins to fail. Augustus understands the problem better than almost anyone. He has survived the world created by Caesar's murder, and he knows that open kingship is fatal in Roman memory. So he builds a system that disguises monarchy beneath republican forms. He refuses some honors, accepts others, speaks of restoration, and gathers real power through a patient accumulation of offices, commands, and sacred prestige. His genius is not only that he rules alone, but that he makes ruling alone appear less shocking. He presents himself as princeps, the first citizen rather than king. He controls armies, provinces, finances, legislation, and succession, while allowing the Senate to keep its name, rituals, and wounded pride. It is one of the most successful political performances in history. For a time, assassination retreats from the center of Roman politics, not because danger disappears, but because Augustus manages it with extraordinary skill. He outlives rivals, he handles conspiracies, he promotes possible heirs, loses them, adapts, and finally settles on Tiberius. But his long life creates another lesson. If a ruler can secure the system through personal authority, then the system remains dependent on personality. Augustus can balance old forms and new power because he has the prestige of ending civil war. His successors inherit the machinery without always inheriting the tact. They receive the guarded palace, the Senate's resentment, the army's expectations, the people's appetite for spectacle, and the imperial household's rivalries. They also inherit the Praetorian Guard, a force that will become one of the most dangerous political instruments in Rome. The Praetorian Guard begins as an elite military body meant to protect the emperor. In theory, it solves the oldest problem of proximity by placing trusted soldiers around the ruler. In practice, it creates a new concentration of power close enough to decide who lives. The Guard controls access. It occupies Rome. It can intimidate the Senate, influence succession, protect a weak ruler, or abandon an unpopular one. Over time, the emperor's protectors become potential kingmakers and killers. This is one of the empire's great structural ironies. The more the emperor depends on guards to prevent assassination, the more assassination becomes possible through the guards themselves. The first imperial dynasty, the Julio-Claudians, already shows how lethal the palace can be without always giving us clean evidence. Augustus dies peacefully enough, though rumors attach themselves to nearly every imperial death. Tiberius retreats into suspicion and isolation. Caligula is the first emperor to be unmistakably cut down by conspiracy. His assassination in 41 CE is a turning point because it shows that the emperor, unlike Caesar, no longer needs to be killed in the name of restoring the Republic. He can be killed because those near him find him intolerable, dangerous, humiliating, or unstable, and because another imperial arrangement can be improvised after his death. Caligula's reign is notoriously difficult to reconstruct because the surviving sources are hostile, sensational, and written with moral purpose. He is remembered as cruel, extravagant, sexually scandalous, and deranged, but scholars still debate how much of that portrait reflects reality, elite hatred, political exaggeration, or the Roman habit of turning bad emperors into monsters after they fall. What seems clear is that Caligula deeply alienates important groups, including senators and officers of the Praetorian Guard. He humiliates men of rank. He treats aristocratic dignity as a toy. He makes power feel arbitrary and personal in the most dangerous way. A ruler can be feared and survive. A ruler can be disliked and survive. But a ruler who repeatedly humiliates armed men standing near him is gambling with the simplest rule of court politics. The assassination comes during the Palatine Games. Once again, public ceremony creates exposure. Caligula moves through a passage beneath or near the imperial theatre complex, away from the full gaze of the crowd, when conspirators led by Cassius Chaerea, a Praetorian officer, strike. Chaerea had reportedly endured Caligula's mockery, including insults to his masculinity, though ancient writers may shape this motive to fit Roman ideas of honor and revenge. The attack is not merely political in a broad sense, it is personal, military, and theatrical. The emperor who humiliated others is killed in a transitional space not fully public and not fully private, a corridor between performance and vulnerability. His wife Caesonia and young daughter are also killed, a brutal detail often passed over quickly, but essential to understanding Roman succession violence. To eliminate the ruler may not be enough. His family can carry claims, loyalties, and revenge. The aftermath is chaotic. Some senators briefly imagine restoring the Republic, but the fantasy fades almost immediately. The Praetorian Guard finds Claudius Caligula's uncle, reportedly hiding in the palace, and proclaims him emperor. Whether the hiding scene is embellished or not, the political meaning is unmistakable. The Senate does not choose the future. The Guard does. Rome has crossed a threshold. Caesar's assassins killed in the hope of ending one-man rule. Caligula's killers remove one emperor and help create the conditions for another. Assassination is no longer an anti-monarchical weapon. It is part of imperial succession. Claudius, too, is surrounded by suspicion at his death. The traditional story says he is poisoned by Agrippina the Younger, his wife and niece, to secure the succession of her son Nero over Claudius's biological son Britannicus. Mushrooms become the famous vehicle of death in later accounts, and the stories told with the dark elegance Roman writers loved. A dish fit for an emperor becomes the instrument of dynastic murder. Yet here caution matters. The evidence remains incomplete. Ancient authors writing after Nero's fall had strong reasons to portray Agrippina as ruthless and unnatural, and poisoned stories were a common way to explain convenient deaths. Still, the political context makes the suspicion understandable. Nero's accession benefits Agrippina's line, and Britannicus does not survive long afterward. Whether Claudius is murdered exactly as later sources claim, or dies, in a way later transformed into poison drama, the succession reveals the same dangerous truth. The imperial household has become a battlefield where meals, doctors, servants, and mothers can matter as much as legions. Nero's reign pushes the problem further. He begins under guidance, then grows more erratic, more theatrical, more suspicious, and more violent, at least as the hostile tradition presents him. His mother Agrippina, who helped raise him to power, becomes a threat to his independence. Her death in 59 CE is not usually described as assassination in the narrow political sense by an outside conspirator, but it is a planned killing ordered within the imperial family, and it belongs fully to the world of ancient political murder. The stories surrounding it are almost grotesque. A collapsible boat designed to drown her, her survival by swimming, then soldiers sent to finish the task. The details may be dramatized, but the core fact of Nero having his mother killed is widely accepted in the tradition. It shows that under imperial rule, proximity to power can become fatal, even for the person who created that power. Nero eventually faces revolt, desertion, and the loss of elite support. He does not fall to a classic assassination by conspirators surrounding him in triumph. Instead, abandoned and declared a public enemy, he dies by assisted suicide in 68 CE. Yet his fall unleashes something assassination-like on an imperial scale: the year of the four emperors. Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and Vespasian rise in rapid succession through military support, betrayal, and violence. Galba is murdered in the Forum after alienating the Praetorians and failing to satisfy expectations of payment. His severed head is paraded in a way that strips away any remaining illusion of sacred imperial dignity. Otho takes power, then loses it. Vitellius is dragged through the streets and killed. Vespasian finally establishes a new dynasty. The lesson is unmistakable. Once armies realize they can make emperors become vulnerable, not only to palace conspiracies, but to the political will of soldiers across the empire. Imperial assassination is therefore not one phenomenon, but several overlapping ones. There is senatorial conspiracy, driven by fear of tyranny or loss of status. There is Praetorian violence driven by access, payment, loyalty, and resentment. There is family murder driven by succession and survival. There is military usurpation where an emperor may be killed because another army has chosen another man. There is palace poisoning, real or rumored, because poison fits a world of banquets, physicians, and hidden hands. The Roman imperial system contains all of these because it concentrates enormous power in one person while never creating a fully stable, universally accepted method of transfer. The Flavian dynasty, founded by Vespasian after the chaos of 69 CE, restores order for a while, but not innocence. Domitian, the last Flavian emperor, is assassinated in 96 CE in a palace conspiracy involving court officials and possibly members of his household. Like Caligula and Nero, Domitian is remembered by senatorial sources as a tyrant suspicious and cruel, though modern historians often treat the blackness of that portrait with caution. He was administratively capable and militarily active, yet deeply hated by parts of the elite. His death comes not from a battlefield defeat, but from those inside the palace environment who can reach him. The plot reportedly uses deception timing and a moment of physical vulnerability. Once again, the ruler's isolation does not save him. It merely determines which insiders matter most. The so-called good emperors of the 2nd century are often presented as a calmer period, partly because succession through adoption seems to avoid some dynastic instability. Nerva Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius represent in later memory a more stable imperial model. Yet this stability depends on political judgment, military acceptance, and fortunate circumstances, not on the disappearance of danger. When Marcus Aurelius allows succession to pass to his biological son Commodus, the old risk returns in vivid form. Commodus survives conspiracies, becomes increasingly detached from senatorial expectations, performs as a gladiator, and cultivates an image many elites find degrading or terrifying. In 192 CE, he is assassinated through a palace plot involving his mistress Marcia, the chamberlain Eclectus, and the praetorian prefect Latus. Poison reportedly fails to kill him quickly, and a wrestler named Narcissus strangles him in the bath. The details have the quality of dark imperial theatre. The emperor who performed bodily power in the arena dies by bodily force in a private chamber. Scholars still debate aspects of Commodus's reign because hostile aristocratic sources again shape the picture, but his death clearly reveals the return of palace murder as a solution to imperial fear. The conspirators do not abolish empire. They replace the emperor. Pertinax follows, then is murdered by the praetorians after only a short reign. The guard then notoriously offers the imperial throne to the highest bidder, with Didius Julianus purchasing power in a spectacle that horrifies even Romans accustomed to corruption. This is Assassinations' institutional logic laid bare. If armed proximity can kill an emperor, it can also sell his replacement. By the 3rd century, the pattern becomes almost uncontrollable. The empire faces frontier pressure, economic strain, plague usurpations, and rapid military turnover. Emperors are made by armies and killed by armies with brutal frequency. Some reign for years, others for months. Aurelian, one of Rome's most capable soldier emperors, is assassinated by officers misled or frightened by forged evidence. Probus is killed by his own troops. Many others fall through mutiny, conspiracy, or battle. The imperial office remains majestic in ideology, but practically it becomes one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. Purple cloth does not guarantee security. It may simply mark the body everyone watches. Rome's imperial assassinations show the final transformation of a political weapon. What had once been imagined by Caesar's killers as a desperate act to save the Republic becomes under the empire a recurring mechanism of succession, correction, revenge, panic, and military negotiation. It rarely restores liberty. It often produces another emperor. Sometimes it removes a monster or a man remembered as one. Sometimes it destroys a capable ruler because fear spreads faster than trust. Sometimes it is carried out by patriots, sometimes by profiteers, sometimes by terrified insiders who believe they will die if they do not strike first. And behind every case stands the same ancient truth seen in Egypt. Macedon and Greece concentrated power creates concentrated danger. The Roman emperor can command the known world, but he must still pass through corridors, attend games, eat food, bathe, sleep, trust guards, and read the faces of those who bow. The empire turns assassination into a habit because it cannot solve the contradiction at its center. One man is made too powerful to oppose legally and too vulnerable to protect absolutely. So Rome surrounds him with ceremony, and then waits again and again for the nearest hands to decide his fate. Cleopatra's world is often remembered through romance spectacle and the long shadow of Rome, but beneath the familiar surface lies a courtly landscape, where elimination is a normal language of survival. The last Ptolemaic queen of Egypt does not inherit a peaceful kingdom. She inherits a dynasty that has spent generations turning family into a battlefield. Brothers marry sisters, sisters challenge brothers, mothers maneuver against children, courtiers shift allegiance, and Roman power presses closer with every decade. In such a world, assassination is rarely a clean moral category. It may be murder, statecraft, self-defense, dynastic necessity, or all of these at once. The Ptolemies rule from palaces in Alexandria surrounded by Greek culture, Egyptian religious kingship, immense wealth, intellectual brilliance, and a family tradition so violent that even Rome, hardly innocent in such matters, could look almost orderly by comparison. The dynasty begins with Ptolemy III, one of Alexander's generals, who turns Egypt into the richest of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Alexandria becomes a city of marble ships, scholarship temples, warehouses, royal processions, libraries, and political danger. The Ptolemies present themselves as pharaohs to Egyptian subjects and Macedonian Greek monarchs to the wider Mediterranean. They claim divine favor and cultivate magnificent court ritual. Yet inside the royal house, succession is repeatedly poisoned by rivalry. This is one of the most important truths about Cleopatra's background. She does not introduce violence into Egyptian monarchy. She's born into a dynasty that has already normalized it. The Ptolemaic habit of sibling marriage, often described as a continuation of pharaonic royal ideology, also serves a practical purpose. It keeps royal legitimacy within the family. But this solution creates its own trap. If brothers and sisters share the throne, each can become the other's rival. A royal marriage may be sacred in public and murderous in private. Queens are not passive figures in this system. They command factions, control wealth, influence succession, and sometimes rule directly. The court becomes a dense web of blood relation and political threat, where the person closest by family may be the most dangerous by ambition. Long before Cleopatra VII, the dynasty offers repeated examples. Ptolemy VIII, Cleopatra II, Cleopatra III, and their descendants move through a world of expulsions, returns, murders, and revenge. Ancient sources report stories of shocking cruelty, including the murder and dismemberment of a royal child in the conflicts of Ptolemy VIII, though the hostile and dramatic nature of some accounts requires caution. What survives in the record suggests a dynasty in which internal violence was not exceptional. It was almost structural. When legitimacy belongs to a narrow family line, and multiple members of that line can claim the throne, the royal house becomes overcrowded with possible futures. Assassination and execution become methods of reducing those futures. By the time Cleopatra VII appears, Egypt is still wealthy but politically vulnerable. Rome has become the decisive external force in Mediterranean politics. Egyptian rulers no longer operate in a world where they can ignore Roman senators, generals, creditors, and armies. Cleopatra's father, Ptolemy XIII Auletes, depends heavily on Roman support to regain his throne after exile. That dependence leaves Egypt financially burdened and diplomatically compromised. Cleopatra grows up in a court where local legitimacy is not enough. To survive, a ruler must understand Alexandria Egyptian priesthoods, Greek administrators, palace factions, and Rome's brutal elite politics. She is often remembered as a seductress because Roman propaganda wanted her reduced to danger and desire, but the more historically grounded image is sharper. She's a multilingual, politically educated monarch fighting to preserve a fragile kingdom inside a collapsing international order. When Ptolemy XIII dies, Cleopatra is meant to rule with her younger brother Ptolemy XIII, who is also her formal husband according to dynastic custom. The arrangement is unstable from the beginning. Cleopatra is older, capable, and apparently unwilling to be controlled by the advisors surrounding her brother. Those advisors, including the eunuch Pothinus, the general Achilles, and the tutor Theodotus, become central players in the conflict. Cleopatra is pushed from power and forced to gather support outside Alexandria. The struggle is not simply sibling rivalry in a modern domestic sense. It is a war over who controls Egypt's throne, treasury, army, and relationship with Rome. In Ptolemaic politics, a co-ruler is not a partner if factions can turn him into a weapon. Then Pompey arrives at the Egyptian coast in 48 BCE, fleeing defeat by Julius Caesar after Pharsalus. This is one of those moments when Roman civil war and Egyptian court politics fuse violently. Pompey, once the most powerful Roman in the Mediterranean, seeks refuge in Egypt, where he had earlier connections. The advisors of young Ptolemy Thoresa face a deadly calculation. If they shelter Pompey, Caesar may treat Egypt as an enemy. If they reject him, Pompey may recover and become dangerous later. They choose murder. Pompey is assassinated as he comes ashore, killed in a small boat by men acting in the name of political prudence. His head is presented to Caesar as a gift. The gesture fails. Caesar is reportedly disgusted or saddened, though Roman aristocratic performance may shape the way this reaction is remembered. The murder of Pompey is a classic example of assassination as misread diplomacy. Ptolemy's advisors assume that eliminating Caesar's rival will please Caesar. Instead, it makes them look treacherous, dishonorable, and dangerously presumptuous. The death also strips Pompey of the dignity owed to a Roman noble, turning Egypt into the stage for Roman outrage. Once again, assassination does not end a problem. It transforms it. Cleopatra uses the crisis with remarkable skill. The famous story of her being smuggled to Caesar wrapped in bedding, or a sack, is probably shaped by later dramatic retelling, but the essential point is plausible. She gains direct access to Caesar when access is everything. Her survival depends on reaching the man whose decision may determine Egypt's throne. In a court where advisors control gates, messages, and soldiers, physical access becomes political salvation. She wins Caesar's support, and the Alexandrian War follows. Ptolemy XIII dies during the conflict, reportedly drowning in the Nile as his forces collapse. Whether one calls this battlefield death, dynastic consequence, or convenient removal, the result is clear. Cleopatra's brother rival is gone. She then rules with another younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, while maintaining her alliance with Caesar. This arrangement too does not last. After Caesar's assassination in Rome in 44 BCE, Cleopatra returns to Egypt and Ptolemy XIV soon dies. Ancient sources suggest he may have been poisoned, possibly on Cleopatra's orders, so that her son Caesarion could become co-ruler. The evidence remains incomplete and certainty is impossible. But the political logic is stark. A younger brother co-king is a potential rival. A son allegedly fathered by Julius Caesar is a dynastic asset of extraordinary value. By placing Caesarion beside her, Cleopatra strengthens her claim and links Egypt's future to Caesar's memory. If Ptolemy Thornton was indeed eliminated, it would not be an inexplicable cruelty, but a familiar act within Ptolemaic survival politics. That does not make it gentle. It makes it understandable in the cold grammar of the dynasty. Cleopatra's sister Arsinoe is another figure caught in this lethal web. During the Alexandrian War, Arsinoe is proclaimed queen by anti-Caesar forces and becomes a rival claimant. After defeat, she's taken to Rome and displayed in Caesar's triumph, a humiliation that could easily have ended in execution. Instead, she's spared for a time and sent to sanctuary at the Temple of Artemis in Ephesus. But sanctuary is not always enough when dynastic legitimacy remains alive. Years later, after Cleopatra has allied with Mark Antony, Arsinoe is killed at Ephesus, apparently on Antony's orders, and likely at Cleopatra's request or in Cleopatra's interest. The murder of a royal woman in a sacred precinct shocked some ancient observers, and it should. It shows how far dynastic fear can reach. A sister living under temple protection far from Egypt still represents a possible banner for enemies. As with Alexander's heirs, danger lies not in what the claimant is doing today, but in what others may one day do in her name. Cleopatra's relationship with Antony unfolds in a world already saturated with Roman assassination and civil war. Caesar's murder has not restored the Republic. It has created a new contest between Antony Octavian Lepidus, the Senate, Caesar's assassins, and the armies that decide legitimacy. Antony comes east needing money, prestige, and political partnership. Cleopatra needs protection, recognition, and room to preserve Egypt's autonomy. Their alliance is emotional, political, military, and dynastic all at once. Roman hostile tradition later turns it into a tale of seduction and Eastern luxury corrupting a Roman man, but that image is propaganda shaped by Octavian's victory. What survives suggests a far more strategic partnership, even if personal attachment became real. Around them, elimination continues. The Second Triumvirate's prescriptions in Rome are not assassination in the narrow sense of one hidden killer, but they represent state-organized political murder on a massive scale. Names are posted, property is seized, enemies are hunted. Cicero, the great orator who attacked Antony in speeches, is killed, and his head and hands are displayed in Rome. This matters for Cleopatra's story, because it shows the Roman world she is dealing with. The men who later condemn her as dangerous are themselves veterans of legalized murder. They do not fear political killing, they fear losing control of it. As Antony and Cleopatra's position weakens against Octavian, the politics of assassination becomes entangled with propaganda. Octavian presents Cleopatra as the foreign queen who threatens Rome, the Eastern monarch, who has bewitched Antony, the danger behind a possible new royal order. Antony is portrayed less as a Roman rival with agency, and more as a man captured by her influence. This is politically useful. Octavian can wage war against Cleopatra, rather than admit too plainly that he is fighting another Roman civil war. The queen becomes the face of the enemy. Her survival after defeat would be dangerous not only because of Egypt, but because of spectacle. Octavian wants to display her in triumph if possible, transforming her into proof of his victory. Cleopatra understands the meaning of such humiliation. A Ptolemaic ruler paraded in chains through Rome would not merely lose power, she would become an object in someone else's story. The deaths of Antony and Cleopatra are suicides, not assassinations in the ordinary sense, but they close a world shaped by assassination. Antony, misled by false news or despairing after defeat, falls on his sword. Cleopatra later dies in captivity or near captivity, traditionally, by the bite of an asp or Egyptian cobra, though scholars still debate the exact method. Poison snake concealed instrument ritual symbolism. The details remain uncertain. What matters is that she denies Octavian the living trophy he wants. Her death is self-directed, but it is also a final act inside a political environment where being kept alive can be another form of defeat. Caesarion, however, cannot be allowed to live. The son of Cleopatra, and according to her claim, Julius Caesar represents a direct symbolic challenge to Octavian Caesar's adopted heir. In Roman law and political reality, Octavian's claim rests on adoption and Caesar's will. Caesarion's claim rests on blood, or at least on the claim of blood. That is enough to make him dangerous. After Egypt falls in 30 BCE, Caesarion is killed on Octavian's orders. Ancient tradition preserves the chilling logic that too many Caesars are not good. Whether or not that phrase is exact, the reasoning is unmistakable. A teenager becomes fatal because his name and parentage might one day gather opposition. Cleopatra's children by Antony are spared and taken into Octavia's household, but Caesarion cannot be folded safely into the new order. He has to disappear. With Caesarion's death, the Ptolemaic dynasty ends and Egypt becomes a Roman province. The last great Hellenistic kingdom is absorbed not through a simple conquest alone, but through a sequence of eliminations. Pompey on the shore, Ptolemy in war, perhaps Ptolemy XIII, by poison Arsinoe in sanctuary Antony by his own hand, Cleopatra by hers, Caesarion by order of the victor. Each death removes a possible future. Each narrows the path until only Octavian's remains. He will become Augustus, and Rome will pretend that monarchy has not returned even as Egypt's ancient royal line is extinguished to make that fiction safe. Cleopatra's world therefore reveals assassination as dynastic pruning, diplomatic mistake, imperial propaganda, and survival strategy. It is not the clean public tyrannicide of Athenian legend, nor the senatorial theatre of Caesar's death, nor the guard-driven machinery of later Roman emperors. It is more intimate, more familial, and in some ways more pitiless. In the last Ptolemaic court, blood relation does not soften danger. It defines it. To be a brother, sister, son, or co-ruler is to stand close enough to inherit, and therefore close enough to be removed. The golden city of Alexandria, with its lighthouse libraries, palaces, and sea wind, becomes the final stage of a dynasty that has always known the truth hidden beneath royal ceremony. In a family where many can wear the crown, survival may depend on making sure fewer remain alive to claim it. Poison occupies a strange place in ancient assassination, because it belongs as much to imagination as to evidence. A blade leaves witnesses' wounds and sometimes a clear scene of violence. Poison works differently. It enters through trust. It can be hidden in wine, food, medicine, perfume, cosmetics, or a cup handed over by someone whose presence seems ordinary. It can imitate illness. It can act slowly enough to confuse memory or quickly enough to produce panic. It allows the killer to be absent from the moment of death, or to stand nearby with clean hands and a grieving face. For ancient writers, poison is therefore more than a method. It is a symbol of hidden corruption, domestic betrayal, foreign luxury, female intrigue, court decadence, and the fear that the most dangerous weapon may be the one already swallowed. The difficulty is that poison is also one of the hardest forms of ancient murder to prove. Many deaths described as poisoning may have been natural illness, infection, fever, alcohol-related collapse, food contamination, or the convenient suspicion that follows any politically useful death. Ancient medicine did not have modern toxicology. Symptoms were observed through the language of humor's divine signs, imbalance, and visible suffering. Later historians often wrote decades or centuries after events, relying on rumor, political tradition, moral patterns, or court gossip. The evidence remains incomplete in nearly every famous poison case. Yet the persistence of poison stories reveals a deep truth about ancient political life. People expected power to be surrounded by invisible danger. In monarchies and empires, poison flourishes as rumor because rulers must eat. Even the most protected king cannot live without cooks, cupbearers, physicians, tasters, servants, wives, lovers, and attendants. The table becomes a political frontier. Banquets display hierarchy and generosity, but they also create vulnerability. A ruler accepts food as part of ceremony, friendship, hospitality, or medical care. The act of consumption requires trust so basic that it is usually invisible until fear enters the room. Once suspicion exists, every cup becomes a question. Who poured it? Who touched the vessel? Who tasted first? Was the physician loyal? Did the queen choose the dish? Did the slave vanish afterward? Ancient courts sometimes used tasters, but tasters could be bribed, mistaken, or sacrificed. Some poisons might be given in small doses. Some illnesses could look like poisoning even when no poison existed. Uncertainty was the poison that remained even after the body was gone. The Persian court, as seen through Greek sources, is often portrayed as a place of poison eunuchs, queenly vengeance, and bedroom conspiracy. This portrait must be handled carefully because Greek writers frequently use the Persian court as a mirror for their own anxieties about monarchy and luxury. To them, the great king's palace could become an image of Eastern secrecy, where women and servants supposedly controlled hidden channels of power. That does not mean all such stories are false, but it means their literary shape matters. When a Greek author describes poison in Persia, he may be reporting tradition, repeating hostile rumor, or crafting a moral contrast between open Greek politics and concealed royal corruption. Scholars still debate how much weight to give individual episodes, but the pattern itself is revealing. Poison becomes the imagined weapon of courts where power is too distant to confront directly. A famous example from the Persian world is the death of Artaxerxes III, who ruled in the 4th century BCE and restored Persian control over Egypt before dying under suspicious circumstances. Ancient traditions claim that the powerful court figure Bagoa poisoned him, and later murdered his sons, placing Arses on the throne before poisoning him too when he became inconvenient. Bagoas then helped elevate Darius III, who would eventually face Alexander. These stories are preserved through later sources and require caution, but they capture the terror of court officials who become kingmakers. If true in broad outline, they show poison as a tool not of dramatic public rebellion, but of administrative control. A palace insider does not need to command the empire openly. He needs to control access, timing, and succession. If the king can be removed quietly, and the next ruler installed quickly, the empire may continue with only a change of name at the top. The story of Bagoas also shows why poison rumors often attach to eunuchs, physicians, and attendants in ancient texts. These figures stand near power but outside normal dynastic legitimacy. They may be trusted precisely because they cannot found royal houses in ordinary ways, or because their roles place them inside guarded spaces. But that same closeness makes them objects of suspicion. The court imagines them as people who see too much, carry messages too quietly, and touch the private life of rulers without being fully visible in public politics. Whether fair or not, this suspicion gives poison stories their cast of recurring characters: the ambitious minister, the resentful servant, the manipulative queen, the doctor with a fatal remedy, the cupbearer whose hand trembles only after the king drinks. Rome inherited and amplified these fears. Roman political culture had a long fascination with poisoning, especially when discussing aristocratic households and imperial succession. Poison was considered cowardly secretive and often associated in elite male writing with women or foreigners, an association that tells us as much about Roman prejudice as about actual crime. Powerful women were especially vulnerable to poison accusations because they often operated through informal channels: marriage, motherhood, household management, access to private rooms, control of servants, and influence over succession. When a woman benefited from a death, later writers could easily imagine poison at her fingertips. Some accusations may preserve real plots. Others are shaped by the ancient habit of translating female political agency into moral danger. Livia, wife of Augustus, is the great example of a woman surrounded by later suspicion. Ancient gossip, especially in hostile or dramatic traditions, hints that she may have removed potential heirs to secure the succession of her son Tiberius. Modern historians are far more cautious. Augustus's chosen heirs died over many years, often of plausible illness or accident, and there is no firm evidence proving Livia murdered them. The accusations tell us more securely about Roman discomfort with a powerful imperial matriarch than about actual poison. Yet the rumours persisted because they answered an emotional and political need. Tiberius's rise after so many deaths seemed too convenient to some observers. When succession feels unnatural, poison provides a story that makes coincidence look deliberate. The death of Claudius, as seen earlier, sits closer to the centre of Roman poison tradition. Agrippina the Younger had clear political motive to advance Nero, and ancient sources present the poisoned mushroom story with confidence and relish. Claudius's love of mushrooms becomes a literary trap, a personal habit turned fatal. Some accounts even add a physician who helps finish the job with a poisoned feather, a detail so grotesque that it may be more moral theatre than fact. The evidence remains incomplete, and medical certainty is impossible. Still, Claudius's death demonstrates how poison narratives work. They attach to moments where succession changes quickly, where a powerful insider benefits, and where the victim's final illness can be shaped into a tale of betrayal. Whether every detail is true matters less to the political imagination than the belief that imperial power can pass through a meal. Nero himself becomes entangled in poison stories. Britannicus, Claudius's biological son, and Nero's potential rival, dies suddenly at a banquet in 55 CE. Ancient sources accuse Nero of having him poisoned with the poison allegedly prepared by Locusta, a notorious poisoner who becomes almost a stock figure in Roman memory. Britannicus's death is politically convenient, and the accusation is plausible in context, though the precise details again come through hostile traditions. The scene, as later writers tell it, is designed for maximum horror, a young rival collapsing in public, while Nero dismisses the event as an epileptic seizure. The story captures the theatrical cruelty Roman authors attribute to Nero, but it also reflects a structural reality. A living son of Claudius could become a focus for opposition. In an imperial household where legitimacy is contested, a boy at dinner can be as dangerous as a general with an army. Locusta herself, whether every story about her is accurate or not, represents another lesser-known dimension of ancient assassination specialized knowledge. Poison requires expertise, or at least the reputation of expertise. Ancient pharmacology included real knowledge of plants, minerals, venoms, and dosages mixed with magical and folk traditions. Substances such as aconite, hemlock, arsenic compounds, opium preparations, mandrake, henbane, and toxic mushrooms were known in various contexts. Some were medicines in small amounts and poisons in larger ones. The line between healing and killing could be terrifyingly thin. A physician herbalist or poison specialist occupied a morally ambiguous position because the same knowledge that eased pain could stop breath. Ancient courts understood this and feared it. Mithridates VI of Pontus adds a remarkable twist to the history of poison, because he's remembered not primarily as a victim, but as a ruler obsessed with resisting poisoning. A formidable enemy of Rome in the 1st century BCE, Mithridates reportedly experimented with antidotes and took small doses of poisons to build resistance, a practice later associated with the term Mithridatism. The details are wrapped in legend, but the tradition is revealing. Here is a king so aware of courtly danger that he tries to make his own body politically defensible. The most famous irony is that when defeat finally comes and he seeks death, poison supposedly fails because of his long self-immunization, forcing him to die by the sword. Whether literal or embellished, the story is unforgettable because it turns poison paranoia into biography. A ruler tries to master invisible death and becomes trapped by his own protection. Poison also appears at the edge of philosophy and state punishment, most famously in the death of Socrates by hemlock in 399 BCE. This is not assassination. It is a legal execution by the Athenian state. Yet it belongs to the broader ancient imagination of controlled death by substance. Socrates drinks the poison himself in a scene later remembered as calm, philosophical, and morally luminous. Unlike court poisoning, this death is public procedural and accepted by the condemned man as part of his relationship to law. The contrast is striking. The same world that fears secret cups also preserves the image of a man choosing to drink openly under sentence. Poison can mean cowardice and secrecy in one story, civic judgment and philosophical endurance in another. In Hellenistic courts, poison accusations become almost routine. The descendants of Alexander's generals live in dynastic systems where marriage alliances overlap with sibling rivalry and foreign intervention. A king dies unexpectedly, a queen gains power, a prince is removed, and the word poison appears like a shadow. Some cases were likely real, others may be propaganda designed to blacken a rival line. The Ptolemies Seleucids and other dynasties all operated in conditions that made poison believable, because the political incentives were obvious and the courts were intimate enough for access. But the historian must resist the temptation to accept every convenient death as murder. Ancient people died young by modern standards. Fevers, infections, wounds, parasites, contaminated food, and chronic disease were common. In a world without modern diagnosis, natural death and political suspicion often became inseparable. That inseparability is exactly why poison was so powerful as a political idea. A public assassination forces immediate interpretation. A poisoned death may remain interpretively alive forever. The victim's supporters can claim murder. The beneficiary can deny it. Later writers can revive the suspicion. The uncertainty becomes part of the victim's afterlife. No single explanation fully accounts for many of these deaths because the evidence vanished into the body itself, and the body was burned, buried, mummified, or ritually transformed long before forensic science could ask its questions. Poison is the assassination method most suited to historical haunting. It also reveals the gendered anxieties of ancient sources. Queens, mothers, mistresses, and wives are repeatedly accused of poisoning because they inhabit the domestic spaces where food, medicine, and intimacy converge. But those accusations must be read with care. Men ordered poisonings too. Men benefited from poisonings. Male ministers, physicians, guards, and heirs all had motives and access. Yet literary tradition often preferred the image of the dangerous woman with the cup, because it turned political fear into a moral lesson about household disorder. Agrippina, Livia, Cleopatra, Persian queens and Hellenistic royal women become larger than life, partly because male historians found female power unsettling when it operated outside formal offices. The poison story became a way to make that power seem unnatural, even when the women were simply playing the same deadly game as men. Still, it would be naive to dismiss all poison as misogynistic invention. Courts truly were dangerous. Succession truly created motives. Toxic substances were known. Sudden deaths did occur at convenient moments. The challenge is not to choose between believing everything and believing nothing. It is to hold uncertainty in view. What is known must be separated from what is inferred. A source may tell us that a ruler died suddenly after dinner. It may accuse a queen. It may name a poisoner. But the distance between report and fact can be wide. The more dramatic the details, the more carefully they must be handled. Ancient authors loved stories that revealed character through death, and poison was one of their favorite instruments for making hidden vice visible. In the wider story of ancient assassinations, poison represents the fear that power can be undone without spectacle. No crowd, no raised dagger, no shouted liberty, no bodyguards rushing too late. Only a cup of fever, a stomach pain, a sweating face, a physician's explanation, a whispered accusation, and a successor already prepared. It is assassination reduced to uncertainty, and perhaps for that reason it terrified ancient courts more deeply than open violence. A ruler can forbid weapons in the chamber. He can search visitors. He can surround himself with guards. But he cannot stop needing nourishment, medicine, touch, sleep, and trust. And from that invisible fear, the story widens again across the roads that tied empires together. Assassination did not belong only to Rome, Greece, Egypt, or Macedon. Across Persia, Central Asia, and the caravan worlds beyond the Mediterranean, rulers face the same old problem in different landscapes. On the Silk Roads, where desert cities' mountain passes, nomad powers, royal courts and merchant wealth intersected kingship, depended on alliances that could shift as quickly as sand under wind. There too a ruler might command armies across enormous distances and still discover that the fatal danger had travelled quietly beside him all along. Beyond the Mediterranean, across the deserts, plateaus, river valleys, and caravan corridors that later generations call the Silk Road's assassination, takes on a different rhythm. Here the landscape itself shapes politics. Cities rise around oases and river crossings. Fortresses guard passes through mountains that seem to divide worlds. Nomad confederations gather and scatter across grasslands where authority depends on charisma, kinship tribute, and the ability to keep warriors moving. Iranian courts, Central Asian kingdoms, steppe empires, and borderland dynasties all face the same ancient problem: power must travel farther than trust. A ruler may claim sovereignty over lands separated by weeks of riding, but his actual security still depends on the men in his tent, the nobles at his banquet, the guards outside his chamber, and the relatives waiting for weakness. The Silk Roads are often imagined through trade, silk horses, spices, glass jade, lapis, incense, paper metals, and stories moving between China, India, Iran, Central Asia, and the Mediterranean. But trade routes also carry fugitives, envoys, hostages, mercenaries, spies, religious ideas, diplomatic marriages, and rumours of royal death. A king killed in one court can alter the behaviour of merchants in another region, because protection agreements may collapse. A murdered ruler can change tribute obligations, open a frontier, close a pass, or make a caravan city suddenly unsafe. In such worlds, assassination is not only palace drama. It can disrupt the routes by which wealth, legitimacy, and information move. Persian imperial history provides one of the clearest bridges between Near Eastern monarchy and the wider world of Central Asia. The Achaemenid Empire, ruling from the 6th to 4th centuries BCE, is immense, sophisticated, multilingual, and administratively complex. Its kings present themselves as chosen by Ahura Mazda, protectors of order against the lie rulers of many peoples. Royal inscriptions speak in a confident voice of legitimacy and divine favour, but the succession history behind them is often turbulent. The official language of order hides the familiar danger of royal bloodlines. When many sons, half-brothers, satraps, nobles, and court officials stand near the throne, the empire's scale does not prevent intimate violence. It may even magnify the prize. The death of Xerxes in 465 BCE shows this world of palace danger with unusual force, though the surviving traditions are shaped by Greek and later accounts. Xerxes, famous in Greek memory for the invasion of Greece and the battles of Thermopylae and Salamis, is assassinated by Artabanus, a powerful court official or commander, possibly with the involvement of a eunuch named Aspamitris. The details vary and scholars still debate the exact sequence, but the pattern is chillingly familiar. A ruler who commanded an empire stretching from Egypt to Central Asia is killed not by a Greek hoplite or rebellious province, but by insiders close enough to reach him. Artabanus then appears to have tried to manipulate the succession, perhaps by blaming the king's son Darius and pushing another son Artaxerxes into action. In this version, assassination is paired with narrative control. The killer does not simply remove the king, he tries to decide who will be accused, who will inherit, and what the palace believes in the first hours after the body falls. Those first hours matter intensely in large empires. News does not spread evenly. The capital may know before the provinces. A satrap may wait to see which royal seal is valid. Troops may hesitate until pay and command are confirmed. Royal relatives may live in different regions, each with supporters. A successful assassin must therefore manage time. He must turn private murder into public succession before rival information escapes. If he fails, he becomes not a kingmaker, but a traitor waiting for execution. Artabanus's apparent failure and death reveal the risk. The palace is not an empty board. Other factions move quickly. The family of the murdered king, once alerted, can become more dangerous than the king himself. The Achaemenid court also reminds us that assassination can be embedded in struggles between visible and invisible power. The king is visible in reliefs, ceremonies, tribute scenes, royal roads, inscriptions, and imperial ideology. But actual access is controlled by layers of officials, guards, messengers, eunuchs, queens, princes, and advisors. Some of these people are barely visible in monumental records, yet they may decide whether a petition reaches the king, whether a door opens, whether a rumor is believed, or whether a prince is watched. Court officials who appear secondary in official ideology can become central in moments of crisis, because assassination is an art of access, not grandeur. Later, Persian and Iranian traditions continue to show this pattern. In the Sasanian Empire, which rises centuries after the Achaemenids and becomes Rome's great eastern rival, royal power is intertwined with noble houses, Zoroastrian religious authority, military command, and frontier warfare. The Sasanians project an image of kingship as cosmic and divinely sanctioned, but their political history includes depositions, blindings, executions, and killings that reveal intense aristocratic pressure. Kings can be overthrown by nobles who decide that royal behavior threatens the realm or their own position. Sometimes the language is moral or religious, sometimes the logic is brutally practical. When a king fails, offends, or becomes dangerous, the elite may act as if preserving the kingdom requires removing the person who embodies it. The death of Khosrow II in 628 CE, although later than the classical ancient examples, belongs to this older world of imperial assassination and succession collapse. Khosrow had ruled a vast and aggressive Sasanian state warring against Byzantium in a conflict that stretched both empires to exhaustion. After military reverses and internal dissatisfaction, he was overthrown, imprisoned, and executed on the orders of his son Kavad II. This was not a hidden dagger in a corridor, but it was dynastic political killing at the highest level, a son eliminating a father whose rule had become intolerable to powerful factions. The consequences were catastrophic. Kavad Yabu soon died, plague and succession chaos followed, and the Sasanian Empire entered a rapid spiral of instability just before the Arab conquests. No single death explains the fall of Sasanian Iran, but Khosrow's removal shows how assassination or execution within the royal house can mark the point where imperial strain becomes irreversible. Across Central Asia, the evidence often becomes thinner, filtered through Chinese chronicles, Greek accounts, Iranian traditions, inscriptions, coins, and later histories. Yet the patterns remain visible. Kingdoms such as Bactria Sogdiana and the Kushan realm sat at crossroads of trade and conquest, where Greek-Iranian Indian steppe and Chinese influences mixed. Rulers depended on elite coalitions that could be unstable. Coins present kings with confident titles and divine imagery, but coins do not tell us how many rivals disappeared before the mint changed names. In some cases, abrupt changes in coinage titulature or dynastic line hint at political rupture, though archaeology rarely allows certainty. The evidence remains incomplete, but the silence itself is suggestive. In courts built around personal rule and military support, sudden transitions often conceal violence now beyond recovery. The steppe adds another dimension. Among nomadic and semi-nomadic confederations, power can depend less on fixed palaces and more on personal authority, lineage distribution of booty marriage alliances, and the ability to command warriors across wide spaces. A Khan Chanyu Yabgu or tribal ruler must satisfy followers whose loyalty is active, not automatic. The Xiongnu, known largely through Chinese sources, show a political world where succession among royal lineages could be fiercely contested. Chinese envoys, marriage alliances, hostage arrangements, and diplomatic gifts all intersected with internal steppe rivalries. The killing of rivals, forced suicides, and elimination of claimants appear in several traditions, though the perspective of Chinese historians can frame events through the concerns of the Han court. What survives suggests that leadership on the steppe could be both flexible and deadly. A ruler who could not hold the confederation together risked replacement by kin with stronger support. Here assassination differs from the palace poisonings of Rome or Alexandria. It may occur in a tent during a feast on a hunting expedition at a council, or in the aftermath of a failed campaign. The geography is mobile, but the danger is still intimate. A steppe ruler may be less surrounded by marble and ceremony, but he is still surrounded by armed men whose loyalty must be constantly renewed. In such a world, the assassin may not be a hidden servant, but a cousin, brother, son, or allied chief who sees the balance shifting. The act may then be absorbed into the politics of succession, rather than remembered as an isolated crime. The ruler fell because heaven withdrew favor, because his followers abandoned him, because another branch of the lineage was stronger, because defeat made him vulnerable. Violence becomes part of political weather. Caravan cities such as Samarkand, Bukhara, Merv, and other urban centers of Transoxiana later become famous as crossroads of trade and culture, but their earlier histories are also filled with the vulnerabilities of small kingdoms caught between larger powers. Local rulers had to negotiate with nomad forces, Iranian empires, Chinese expansion, Turkic confederations, and later Islamic armies. In such settings, assassination could serve external as well as internal purposes. A foreign power might support a rival claimant. A local faction might remove a ruler who leaned too far toward one empire. A hostage educated in a distant court might return with backing. A marriage alliance might create a new line of succession. The knife cup or strangling cord could become part of diplomacy by other means. One lesser known but important feature of these frontier worlds is the role of hostages. Ancient diplomacy often used elite hostages to guarantee treaties, train future rulers, and bind border peoples to imperial centers. A young prince sent to a foreign court could become both a pledge and a political instrument. If relations soured, his life might be threatened. If his homeland fell into succession crisis, he might be sent back as a preferred candidate. If he became inconvenient, he could disappear. Hostage politics created human bridges between courts, but those bridges were fragile. The same person who embodied peace could become the focus of assassination, rescue, or replacement. The Silk Road world also intensifies the problem of rumor. News travels with merchants, monks, soldiers, envoys, and refugees. A royal death may be reported differently in different places. One city hears that a king died of illness. Another hears that his brother poisoned him. A court chronicle records divine punishment. A merchant repeats that the army mutinied. A foreign historian writes generations later that a queen arranged everything. In such environments, assassination stories can spread faster than verification. They shape decisions even when false. A caravan may delay departure because a pass is unsafe after a king's murder. A satrap may change allegiance because he believes the old ruler's line has ended. A nomad chief may raid because he hears the frontier command is in confusion. The rumor of assassination can have political power before the fact is known. In India, too, ancient political thought recognized assassination as part of the darker edge of statecraft. The Arthashastra associated with Kautilya or Chanakya, and reflecting a tradition of political theory, rather than a simple manual from one moment discusses espionage, secret agents, poisoning, and covert operations with startling directness. It belongs to a world where rulers are expected to protect themselves against hidden enemies, while using hidden means against rivals. The text should not be read as proof that every described tactic was constantly used, but it reveals an unsentimental understanding of power. Kingship is vulnerable. Enemies may wear friendly faces. Ascetics, merchants, servants, cooks, and agents can become tools of policy. What is often whispered in narrative sources appears here as a recognized category of political technique. This matters because it shows that ancient assassination was not merely a breakdown of order. In some traditions of statecraft, it was considered one instrument among many dangerous, but conceivable. Open war was costly. Siege was slow. Diplomacy could fail. A rival king, rebellious minister, or dangerous claimant might be removed more efficiently through covert means. Moral and religious traditions could condemn such acts, but political manuals and court practice often acknowledge the temptation. The gap between ideal kingship and practical survival was wide across cultures, not only in Rome or Greece. Still, across these regions, assassination carried risk beyond the victim. Killing a ruler could unleash revenge by kin rebellion by loyal troops, intervention by neighbors, or fragmentation of trade networks. A caravan world depends on predictability. Merchants do not require perfect peace, but they require enough order to calculate danger. When dynastic murder throws a region into uncertainty, tolls multiply, guards become unreliable, local strongmen rise, and cities may shift allegiance. The death in the palace can echo in the marketplace. A poisoned king may mean an unsafe road. A strangled prince may mean a disputed customs gate. A murdered satrap may mean the next caravan pays twice. What links Persia, Central Asia, the steppe, and India to the Mediterranean story is not sameness of culture, but sameness of vulnerability. Every political system that concentrates authority in a person must solve the problem of that person's body. Some surround it with sacred aura, some with guards, some with bureaucracy, some with kinship rules, some with ritual, some with fear. None solve it completely. The ruler must still trust someone. The larger the realm, the more the ruler depends on intermediaries. The more intermediaries matter, the more assassination becomes imaginable as a way to redirect the entire structure by reaching one human life. And far to the east in China, this problem produces some of the ancient world's most memorable assassination stories. There the scene changes again. The palace is joined by bureaucracy. The wandering assassin meets the disciplined state. Moral philosophy, legalist severity, dynastic ambition, and imperial unification all converge. A dagger hidden in a map can nearly alter the fate of a continent. A court official can decide whether a ruler lives through control of documents, seals, and access. In China's ancient histories, assassination becomes both a heroic gesture and a warning about the overwhelming power of the state that survives it. In ancient China, assassination enters a world where power is both intensely personal and increasingly bureaucratic. Kings and emperors still have bodies, fears, rivals, and families, but they also stand at the center of archives, seals, offices, laws, punishments, rituals, and a political philosophy deeply concerned with order. The Chinese historical tradition preserves assassins not only as killers, but as moral figures, tragic loyalists failed, patriots desperate instruments of collapsing states, and warnings about the terrifying distance between individual courage and the machinery of empire. A man may carry a dagger beneath a map, or hide violence inside an audience ritual, or strike in the name of a doomed homeland. Yet the state he attacks may be so vast, so disciplined, and so ready to absorb bloodshed that the assassin's bravery changes memory more than history. The great setting for this tradition is the age of the warring states, when rival kingdoms compete for survival before the unification of China under Qin. This is a world of fortified cities, mass infantry armies, cavalry crossbows, iron weapons, harsh law codes, agricultural reforms, shifting alliances, and intellectual ferment. Confucians, legalists, Mohists, Taoists, diplomats, strategists, and wandering persuaders all move through courts that are trying to understand how states rise and fall. The old Zhou ritual order has weakened. Kings speak of virtue, but survival increasingly belongs to those who mobilize land labor punishment and war most efficiently. In that atmosphere, assassination becomes a desperate option for weaker states facing stronger ones. If an enemy kingdom cannot be defeated in battle, perhaps its ruler can be reached by one man willing to die. The most famous example is Jing Kei's attempt to assassinate Yingzhen, the king of Qin, who will later become Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. By the late 3rd century BCE, Qin has become the most formidable of the warring states. Its institutions are severe, its armies effective, its reforms deep, and its expansion relentless. Other states fear that they are not merely facing another rival, but a power capable of swallowing the entire world they know. The state of Yan, threatened by Qin's advance, turns toward assassination as a last resort. Prince Dan of Yan, according to the historical tradition, seeks someone who can get close enough to kill the Qin king. Jing Ke accepts the mission, and the story becomes one of the most enduring scenes in Chinese historical memory. The plan is built around access, as so many assassinations are. Jing Ke cannot simply walk into Qin with a weapon. He must bring gifts valuable enough to earn an audience. One is the head of Fan Wuji, a Qin defector whose death will prove sincerity. The other is a map of territory offered to Qin. Hidden inside that map is a dagger. The symbolism is almost too powerful, but that is why the story survives. A map, the instrument of surrender and its imperial expansion, conceals the weapon meant to stop expansion itself. Territory becomes trap. Diplomacy becomes theatre. The victim is invited to look upon the world he desires, and inside the image of that world lies the blade meant for his heart. The account in the records of the Grand Historian, compiled by Sima Qian, gives the episode a narrative force that has shaped centuries of memory. Jing Ke enters the Qin court with his assistant Qin Wuyang, who loses composure under the pressure of the moment. Jing Ke remains calm. He presents the map. As it is unrolled, the dagger appears. He seizes it and lunges at the king. Ying Zheng pulls away, struggles to draw his long sword and circles a pillar, while courtiers panic because court protocol has left them unarmed. A physician or attendant throws a medicine bag at Jing Ke, buying time. The king finally draws his sword and wounds the assassin. Jing Ke fails, laughs, or speaks defiantly in some traditions and is killed. The exact details are literary and shaped by the dramatic art of the historian, so the evidence must be handled carefully. But the core of the tradition is unmistakable. A doomed man nearly reaches the future emperor of China. The failure matters as much as the attempt. Jing Ke's courage is remembered, but Qin continues its conquest. Yan is destroyed. The other states fall. Yingzhen becomes Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, and creates a unified imperial order that outlives his dynasty in institutional imagination. The assassin's blade does not stop unification. It becomes instead a sign of how desperate resistance had become. This is one of the central tensions in ancient Chinese assassination stories. Individual loyalty may be praised, but the state often survives. A man can act with extraordinary bravery and still be crushed by historical forces larger than his body. Jing Ke is not the only assassin remembered in the Chinese tradition. The category of the assassin retainer, a man who repays patronage or loyalty through self-sacrificial violence, appears in several stories. These figures operate in a moral universe where personal obligation can outweigh survival. They may serve a lord, avenge an insult, or attempt to remove a tyrant. They are often admired for resolve even when their actions fail. Sima Qian's biographies of assassins preserve this fascination. He writes about men whose lives might otherwise vanish from official political history, giving them a place in moral memory. This is a lesser-known but important detail. The assassin in Chinese historiography can be both criminal and exemplary, not because murder is casually approved, but because loyalty, courage, and righteousness are being weighed against law and order. One famous earlier figure is Zhuanzhu, associated with the assassination of King Liao of Wu in the spring and autumn period. The story tells of a dagger hidden inside a cooked fish brought before the king during a banquet. Zhuanzhu draws the weapon and kills him, enabling Prince Guang, later King Heiliu of Wu, to take power. The scene belongs to the ancient family of banquet assassinations, where hospitality creates vulnerability and food becomes the carrier of death. As with many early stories, details have been shaped by legend, and scholars still debate the historical layers beneath the account. Yet the image is revealing. In a courtly world, the table is not merely a place of eating. It is a place of hierarchy, trust, and ritualized closeness. A fish dish can become a sheath. A servant's movement can become a political revolution. Another famous assassin, Ni Zheng, is remembered for avenging a patron by killing a powerful minister, then disfiguring his own face to prevent identification and protect his family. His sister later recognizes and honors him, choosing public acknowledgement over concealment. The story is filled with themes central to the Chinese moral imagination: loyalty, family, duty, reputation, sacrifice, and the tension between private obligation and public consequence. Whether every detail is historically exact is less important than the cultural pattern it preserves. Assassination is not only a tactic, it is a test of what a person values more than life. Yet ancient Chinese political thought also contains deep suspicion of disorder. The same tradition that can admire a loyal assassin also fears the breakdown of hierarchy that assassination represents. Confucian ideals emphasize proper relationships, ritual order, moral cultivation, and the legitimacy of rule through virtue. Legalist thought, especially influential in Qin, emphasizes law, punishment, administrative control, and the strengthening of the state against private loyalties. From a legalist perspective, the assassin retainer is not a romantic hero, but a threat to centralized authority. Private vengeance and personal loyalty must be subordinated to the state. The unification of China under Qin is in part a victory of that view. The state seeks to monopolize violence, records, weapons, movement, and rank. This is why Jinkei's attempt feels like a collision between two political worlds. He belongs to the older heroic landscape of personal loyalty, where a single brave man can repay a patron and perhaps alter destiny. Yingjing represents the emerging imperial state where personal courage is almost irrelevant beside institutions, armies, laws, roads, weights, measures, scripts, and punishments. The assassin reaches the king's sleeve, perhaps tears it in some versions, but cannot stop the system that has brought the king to that room. The failed assassination becomes a symbol of the end of one age and the beginning of another. Once Qin unifies China, the problem of assassination does not disappear. It changes form. The first emperor fears death intensely, though not only death by assassination. He fears mortality itself. He searches for elixirs of immortality, sends expeditions, seeking sacred islands, and surrounds himself with rituals of cosmic rulership. He builds palaces connected by hidden roads, and is said to have used secrecy in his travels to protect himself. Some accounts describe his fear of assassins and rebels, which is unsurprising given the number of enemies created by conquest. The ruler who survives Jinkei and unifies the states becomes a man trying to shield not only his throne but his body from every form of ending. After Qin Shi Huang dies in 210 BCE, the power of documents, seals, and court insiders becomes brutally clear. His death occurs while traveling, and the succession is manipulated by the chief eunuch Zhao Gao, the chancellor Li Si, and others according to the traditional account. They conceal the emperor's death for a time, allegedly using carts of fish to mask the smell of decomposition, and forge or issue commands that force the rightful heir Fusu to commit suicide while placing the weaker Hu Hai on the throne as Qin Shi. This is not assassination in the simple sense of stabbing a ruler, but it is political killing through bureaucratic control. A prince dies because a document tells him to die. The empire's machinery is turned against its own succession. This episode shows a distinctly Chinese form of court danger. In Rome, guards may proclaim an emperor. In Macedon, generals may purge rivals. In Qin, the written order carries lethal authority. The seal, the command, the controlled message, and the manipulation of imperial communication become weapons. If the emperor's will is what governs the world, then whoever controls the expression of that will at the moment of death can reshape the future. The body of the emperor is dead, but the voice of command continues through documents. That voice can be forged. It can kill. Zhao Gao then becomes one of the most infamous figures of Qin collapse. He helps place Hu Hai on the throne, eliminates rivals, turns the court into a zone of fear, and eventually forces or causes the death of the second emperor. He is associated with the famous episode of presenting a deer and calling it a horse, a test of whether officials will deny reality to obey power. Whether the story is literally exact or moralized, it captures the atmosphere of terror around a court where truth itself becomes dangerous. Assassination here merges with bureaucratic intimidation. Men are not merely killed, they are made to participate in falsehood before being destroyed by it. The collapse of Qin soon follows. Rebellion spread. Harsh rule, forced labor, military pressure, succession, manipulation, and elite resentment combine. The dynasty that unifies China lasts only a short time, but the imperial structure it creates becomes foundational. This is one of history's great paradoxes. The assassination attempt against Yingzheng fails, the Qin state triumphs. The first emperor's system remakes China, and yet his dynasty collapses partly through the internal court manipulations that follow his death. The body survives Jing Kei's dagger, but the succession does not survive the men controlling access to the dead emperor's authority. In the Han dynasty that follows, assassination and court killing remain part of political life, though often wrapped in the formal language of execution, forced suicide, imperial command, and factional purge. The Chinese imperial court develops enormous bureaucratic sophistication, but that sophistication does not eliminate personal danger. Empress dowagers consort families, eunuchs, scholar officials, generals, and princes all compete for influence. Because direct murder of an emperor is ideologically shocking, removal often takes institutional forms: forced suicide, deposition, accusation of treason, execution of clans, or death in custody. The distinction between legal punishment and political murder can be difficult to draw, especially when the victor controls the records. The role of eunuchs in later Han politics echoes in a different cultural setting, the suspicions attached to palace insiders elsewhere. Eunuchs could become powerful because they served within the inner court close to emperors, empresses, and private routines. Scholar officials often despised them as corrupt and unworthy, while emperors sometimes trusted them precisely because they were separated from aristocratic lineages. Their access made them useful, and usefulness made them dangerous. During periods of weak emperors or regencies, struggles between eunuchs and officials could become lethal. The palace interior and the outer bureaucracy formed rival zones of power. Assassination, execution, and forced death moved between them. What distinguishes the Chinese tradition is the way assassination stories are preserved as moral examples within a broader concern for order. A Greek city might celebrate tyrant killers in bronze. Rome might debate whether Caesar's killers were liberators or traitors. Chinese historians often ask a slightly different question: what does the act reveal about loyalty, righteousness, disorder, and the fate of the state? Jing Kei is admired, but his failure also confirms the overwhelming force of Qin. Zhuanju is brave, but his killing enables another ruler's rise. Zhao Gao does not need a dagger to be monstrous. He weaponizes false command and corrupts the court. The assassin and the minister both become figures through which history judges the health of political order. There is also a deep awareness that violence at the center can ripple outward into catastrophe. When a ruler dies violently or succession is manipulated, the result may be rebellion, dynastic collapse, border weakness, famine, mismanagement, or the destruction of families far from the palace. Chinese historiography, with its dynastic cycles and concern for the mandate of heaven, often reads political violence as a sign that moral order has failed. A murder is not only a crime, it may be a symptom. Heaven's favor is withdrawing. Ministers are corrupt. The ruler has lost virtue. The people suffer. The assassin's blade or the forged decree becomes part of a larger pattern of decline. And yet the individual scenes remain unforgettable because they reduce vast historical forces to a few human movements. A map unrolls, a dagger appears, a king circles a pillar unable for a moment to draw his sword. A fish is opened at a banquet. A prince reads an imperial order and obeys it unto death. A court official calls a deer a horse and watches who dares to disagree. These moments endure because they show that even in one of the ancient world's most sophisticated political civilizations, power still depends on fragile acts of recognition, trust, and fear. China's imperial knives are therefore not always literal knives. Sometimes they're hidden in maps, sometimes in kitchens, sometimes in documents, sometimes in the silence of officials who know the truth but choose survival. This widens the meaning of assassination. It is not only the destruction of a body, it is the capture of access, the control of a narrative, the manipulation of legitimacy, and the willingness to turn the inner workings of the state against its own declared order. And as the story moves from courts and empires into sacred kingship, the question grows even darker. What happens when killing a ruler is not merely political but religious? What happens when the body of the king is believed to hold the balance of the world, and its destruction can be imagined as justice, sacrilege, purification, or necessity? When kingship becomes sacred, assassination becomes more than political violence. It becomes an attack on the bridge between human society and the unseen order that claims to sustain it. In many ancient cultures, the ruler is not merely the strongest man, the luckiest general, or the heir of a powerful family. He is the guarantor of fertility, justice, cosmic balance, ancestral continuity, divine favor, or ritual correctness. His body may be painted crowned, anointed, secluded, paraded, veiled, worshipped, feared, or protected by taboo. Yet this sacredness does not make him untouchable in practice. It makes the act of touching him more charged. To kill such a ruler may be described as sacrilege by one side and purification by another. It may be remembered as murder, sacrifice, tyrannicide, divine punishment, or the necessary removal of a king whose body no longer carries blessing. This is one of the oldest and most unsettling tensions in political life. If a ruler is sacred because he protects order, what happens when people believe he's become a source of disorder? If the king is chosen by the gods, can his death prove the gods have rejected him? If royal blood is holy, is spilling it the worst crime imaginable, or can it become the only way to restore the world? Ancient societies did not answer these questions in one way. Some surrounded rulers with protections so elaborate that killing them seemed almost unthinkable. Others preserved traditions in which rulers could be ritually removed, sacrificed, or killed when their strength failed, though the evidence for such practices must often be treated cautiously, because later writers sometimes misunderstood or exaggerated foreign customs. What survives in the record suggests a wide and uneasy spectrum between reverence and violence. Egypt again offers a powerful starting point because Pharaoh is the classic image of sacred kingship. The Pharaoh upholds, communicates with the gods, and appears in temple reliefs as eternally victorious. To kill him is not only treason, it is an assault on cosmic order. Yet the harem conspiracy against Rameses III shows that even the sacred king can be reached by domestic ambition. The conspirators do not seem to have imagined themselves as destroying Egypt's religious universe. They wanted a different prince on the throne. This is crucial. Sacred kingship can survive assassination if the office remains intact. The body of one pharaoh may fall, but kingship itself can continue through another body. The crime is then framed not as opposition to divine monarchy, but as illegitimate interference with succession. The state punishes the killers, partly because they attacked the sacred person of the ruler, but also because they tried to redirect sacred legitimacy toward their own faction. The same pattern appears in many monarchies. The office is holy, the occupant can be disputed. That distinction creates a narrow but deadly opening. A rebel may claim he does not oppose kingship, only the false king. A usurper may present murder as correction. A son may kill a father and still claim that the throne, the gods and the ancestors now favor him. This is how sacred language can be used both to protect rulers and to justify their removal. The assassin or usurper does not need to reject the sacred system. He needs to argue that the victim has lost the right to embody it. In Mesopotamian and Near Eastern traditions, kingship is repeatedly linked to divine approval, but defeat, omen, illness, or disaster can be interpreted as signs that approval has weakened. Omens mattered because they gave political anxiety a cosmic vocabulary. Eclipses, malformed births, strange animal behavior, dreams, liver reading, storms, and unexpected deaths could all be woven into interpretations of royal fate. The evidence remains complicated, and modern historians do not treat omens as supernatural causes, but they are essential for understanding how ancient courts thought. A king under bad omens might be protected through ritual substitution, purification, or intensified ceremony. In extreme situations, the idea that the ruler's body was entangled with divine danger could produce strange political responses. The Mesopotamian substitute king ritual is one of the most striking examples, though it is not an assassination in the ordinary sense. When ominous signs predicted danger to the king, a substitute might temporarily be placed on the throne, dressed and treated as king, while the real ruler withdrew. After the period of danger passed, the substitute could be killed and buried, carrying the evil fate away from the true king. Scholars debate details across time and place, and the practice cannot be reduced to a simple story, but its logic is revealing. Royal death is imagined as something that can be redirected. The king's body is so cosmically important that ritual creates another body to absorb danger. Here, killing is not rebellion against sacred kingship. It is a terrifying service to it. This ritual world helps explain why assassinations' sacrifice sometimes blur in later imagination. A ruler's death may be treated as pollution, but also as remedy. In some societies, especially as reported by outsiders, there are traditions of killing kings who become weak, ill, or ritually defective. The classic anthropological image of the divine king who must die to renew fertility has often been overstated, especially by older scholarship that searched too eagerly for universal patterns. The evidence remains incomplete and varies widely. Yet the idea itself appears in enough ancient and ethnographic contexts to show a real human concern. If the ruler's body symbolizes the health of the land, then his decline may become politically and ritually dangerous. Whether through actual killing deposition, symbolic replacement, or mythic memory, sacred kingship carries the fear that the ruler's failure infects the world. Rome, though deeply different from Egypt or Mesopotamia, also surrounds political killing with sacred language. Caesar's assassination is usually discussed as a republican act, but Caesar by 44 BCE has been granted honors that move him into a semi-sacred zone, statues among gods, priestly associations, a divine aura amplified after death. When he is murdered, the conspirators want to kill a tyrant, not a god. But after his funeral and later deification as Divus Julius, the meaning shifts. His blood becomes not the sign of liberty restored, but the blood of a divinized founder betrayed. Octavian, as Caesar's adopted son, uses this transformation brilliantly. The murder of Caesar becomes a sacred wound through which the new imperial order can claim moral force. The assassins become not saviors, but men who struck down the father of Rome's future. This transformation is one of the most consequential acts of memory in ancient politics. It shows that the sacred status of a ruler can grow after death, especially if heirs benefit from making him divine. Caesar alive frightened the Republic. Caesar's dead helped legitimate monarchy. The assassination intended to prevent kingship, but his posthumous divinity helped create the imperial cult. The body on the Senate floor became the seed of a sacred political order his killers had not imagined. No single explanation fully accounts for Rome's transition from republic to empire, but the religious reshaping of Caesar's death is a crucial part of it. In other cultures, sacred assassination could attach to the idea of oath-breaking. Ancient political relationships were often sanctified by oaths sworn before gods. A ruler who violated oaths could be portrayed as not merely politically dangerous, but religiously polluted. Conversely, those who killed a ruler might be condemned as oath-breakers if they had sworn loyalty. This is why betrayal in assassination stories is so morally powerful. A stranger killing a king is one kind of violence. A sworn guard, companion, guest, son, wife or vassal killing him is another. The act tears not only flesh, but the invisible fabric of obligation. The more sacred the oath, the more monstrous the betrayal appears. Hospitality adds another sacred layer. In many ancient societies, guest friendship carries divine protection. To murder a guest host or supplicant can be framed as a crime against gods as well as humans. The assassination of Pompey in Egypt is politically calculated, but it also violates expectations of asylum and noble treatment. The killing of Arsinoe in sanctuary at Ephesus shocks, because sacred space is supposed to restrain political violence. Sanctuaries, temples, altars, and ritual occasions create zones where the ordinary brutality of politics should pause. When assassination enters those spaces, it announces that political fear has become stronger than religious boundary. Yet sacred boundaries could also be exploited. A sanctuary might protect a claimant, making enemies feel they must violate it or leave a threat alive. A festival might bring a ruler into public under religious obligation, as with Greek tyrant-killing plots. A sacrifice might require the king to stand in a predictable place. A procession might separate him briefly from full protection. Ritual creates order, but order creates routine, and routine creates opportunity. The gods may be invoked to protect the ceremony, but the assassin studies the ceremony's timing. The ancient Near East and Mediterranean offer repeated examples of rulers killed during ceremonies, banquets, weddings, festivals, or audiences because these moments force power to become visible. Philip II dies at a wedding celebration. Hipparchus is killed during the Panathenaic festival. Caligula is attacked around public games. Caesar dies at a Senate meeting loaded with civic ritual. Even when the setting is not strictly religious, it often carries ceremonial meaning. Assassination thrives at the point where the ruler must perform legitimacy before witnesses. The act interrupts the performance and replaces it with another spectacle, the spectacle of vulnerability. In societies where kings claim descent from gods or divine favor, the assassin sometimes had to construct an alternative sacred justification. This might be done through omens, prophecies, accusations of impiety, stories of madness, or claims that the ruler had offended the gods. A king who loses battles may be said to have lost heaven's favor. A tyrant who violates temples may be marked for divine punishment. A ruler who spills innocent blood may be portrayed as already cursed. Such explanations often appear after the fact, but they matter because they turn political violence into moral necessity. The assassin's supporters can say they did not destroy order. They removed the one who had already broken it. China's concept of the mandate of heaven offers a particularly powerful version of this logic, though it more often justifies rebellion and dynastic replacement than individual assassination alone. If a ruler becomes cruel, incompetent, or disastrous, heaven's mandate may be understood as withdrawn. Floods, famines, rebellions, and military defeat can be read as signs. Killing or overthrowing such a ruler may then be framed not as treason, but as alignment with cosmic order. The danger, of course, is that success becomes evidence. If the rebel wins, heaven favored him. If he fails, he was a traitor. Sacred legitimacy often becomes clearest only after power has already changed hands. This retrospective quality appears everywhere. A successful assassination can be given religious meaning. A failed one can be condemned as sacrilege. If Jinke had killed the king of Qin, and Yan had somehow survived his act, might have been remembered differently by official histories. If Caesar's killers had restored a stable republic, their sacred and moral reputation might have hardened into unquestioned heroism. If Pausanias had been captured alive and exposed a broader conspiracy against Philip Macedonian, memory might have assigned guilt very differently. Ancient assassination is judged not only by motive, but by outcome. The gods' ancestors or moral order are often made to speak most loudly through the victors. Sacred kingship also heightens the terror of the ruler's corpse. A dead ruler is not merely remains. The body must be handled, buried, burned, mummified, displayed hidden or protected according to rules that preserve legitimacy. Rameses III is mummified with care despite the violence done to him. Alexander's corpse becomes a political object of immense value, seized and carried to Egypt by Ptolemy, because possession of the body helps claim connection to the conqueror's authority. Caesar's body becomes the center of a funeral that turns public grief into political fire. In China, the first emperor's corpse is hidden during travel, while ministers manipulate succession. The royal body after death continues to govern the living. This is one of the most surprising continuities across ancient cultures. Assassination aims to remove a person, but the body often gains power in death. A corpse can accuse, a wound can become propaganda, a burial can legitimate a successor, a missing body can create rumor, a desecrated body can signal regime change. A carefully honored body can claim continuity. The assassin kills breath but not meaning. In sacred monarchy, meaning may expand after death until it becomes uncontrollable. There is a final irony in sacred assassination. The more a society insists that a ruler is protected by divine order, the more shocking his violent death becomes, and therefore the more urgently it must be explained. Explanation may take the form of punishment myth, ritual repair, official silence, or theological reinterpretation. The court must say something even if what it says is incomplete or false. The world has been punctured. The sacred body has bled. If the ruler truly upheld order, why did the gods permit the blade? The answer may be that traitors polluted the land, or that the ruler had failed, or that fate demanded renewal, or that the dead king now lives among the gods. Each answer repairs the tear in a different way. Across Egypt, Mesopotamia, Persia, Rome, China, and the Hellenistic court's assassination repeatedly reveals the hidden instability inside sacred power. Crowns, rituals, oaths, altars, omens, and divine titles do not eliminate politics. They intensify it. They raise the stakes of every succession, every betrayal, every rumor of weakness. To kill a sacred ruler is to gamble not only with law, but with the story a civilization tells about the universe. And because such stories are too important to leave unsettled, the assassin almost never controls the final meaning of the act. Priests, historians, heirs, enemies, poets, officials, and later generations all gather around the wound. That is why ancient assassins do not remain merely human beings. They become symbols. Some are raised into heroes. Some are buried beneath curses. Some are used as warnings to children, soldiers, citizens, or kings. Some are turned into monsters because the order they attacked survived. Others are turned into patriots because the order they attacked later fell. The blade may be physical, but memory is the sharper weapon. And in the next movement of the story, the assassin steps fully into that realm of symbol where the real person is often lost beneath the legend others need him to become. Once the blood is dry, the assassin begins a second life. The first life belongs to the person who planned, feared, hesitated, struck, fled, failed, boasted, or died. The second belongs to memory, and memory is rarely fair. It does not preserve ancient assassins as ordinary human beings with mixed motives and partial knowledge. It turns them into instruments. A city may need a liberator, a dynasty may need a villain. A new ruler may need proof that the old ruler was loved. A defeated faction may need a martyr. A historian may need a moral example. A poet may need a gesture powerful enough to survive in song. The assassin who may have acted in confusion, rage, loyalty, ambition, or desperation is taken up by later generations and made to carry meanings far heavier than the blade he used. This symbolic transformation is one of the deepest patterns in the history of ancient assassination. Political murder creates a crisis of interpretation. The act itself is usually brief, but the argument over it can last centuries. Was the killing justice or treason? Was the victim a tyrant or a lawful ruler? Was the assassin brave or cowardly? Did the gods approve or did the act pollute the world? Did history turn because of courage or because of betrayal? These questions cannot be answered only by reconstructing the moment of violence, because the meaning of assassination depends on the world that forms afterward. If a city prospers after a tyrant dies, the killer may become a founder of freedom. If chaos follows, the same kind of killer may be remembered as the man who opened the gates of ruin. Harmodius and Aristogeiton show this process in unusually clear form. Their actual killing of Hipparchus does not immediately end tyranny in Athens, and the motives behind the act are entangled with personal insult as much as public liberty. Yet Athenian democracy later turns them into the pure image of tyrannicide. Their statues stand in the civic landscape. Their memory becomes part of public song. They are honored not because every detail of the events supports the later legend, but because Athens needs a dramatic origin story for freedom. Democratic identity becomes easier to imagine when it can be attached to two men moving bravely against tyranny. The messy reality of Spartan interventions, aristocratic politics, and delayed liberation is less emotionally satisfying. Bronze simplifies what history complicates. This is not merely propaganda in the crude sense. Communities often require symbols to explain themselves to themselves. The tyrant slayers gave Athenians a way to feel that freedom had been won from within by citizen courage. They embodied an ideal of resistance, even if the practical consequences of their action were limited. That symbolic usefulness made them endure. It also made them dangerous as a model, because once political murder is beautified, others may borrow its language. A man with private resentment can call himself a liberator. A factional killing can be dressed as civic virtue. The symbol of the assassin, once sanctified, becomes available for imitation. Brutus suffers the opposite and more complicated fate. To some Romans, especially those attached to republican ideals, he remains the noble man who chose liberty over personal affection. His name carries ancestral expectation, and his participation in Caesar's murder gives the conspiracy its moral centre. Without Brutus, the killing might look more like the work of embittered rivals. With Brutus, it can be framed as an act of stern republican duty. Yet Brutus also becomes in other traditions the ultimate betrayer, the man who strikes a benefactor and friend. The two images never fully reconcile. He is hero and traitor philosopher, and murderer patriot and fool. His symbolic life is split because Rome itself is split in memory. Was Caesar the destroyer of the Republic, or the man whose death revealed that the Republic was already gone? Cassius is remembered differently. He often appears sharper, leaner, more resentful, more political, less morally luminous. This difference shows how memory distributes roles within a conspiracy. The same act requires different characters. Brutus becomes conscience. Cassius becomes energy. Decimus Brutus becomes intimate betrayal. The lesser conspirators become crowd and chorus. Caesar becomes tyrant or martyr, depending on the storyteller. Ancient assassination is rarely remembered as a flat event. It becomes a drama with assigned meanings. Over time, those meanings harden even when the evidence remains incomplete. The symbolic assassin also allows societies to argue about obedience. Many ancient cultures valued loyalty intensely, but loyalty could be directed toward different objects: a person, a family, a city, a law, a god, a moral order, a dynasty, or a vision of the past. When these loyalties conflict, assassination becomes one extreme answer. Harmodius and Aristogeiton are remembered as loyal to Athens rather than to the tyrant. Brutus claims loyalty to the Republic rather than to Caesar. Jinkei is loyal to Yan and Prince Dan rather than to the emerging imperial order of Qin. A palace guard who kills a hated emperor may claim loyalty to Rome, the army, or survival itself. The assassin becomes a test case for the question of which loyalty stands highest. Jinkei's memory is especially powerful because he fails. Failure often destroys political actors, but it can preserve moral ones. Jinkei does not stop Qin. He does not save Yan. He does not prevent imperial unification. Yet his attempt survives because it condenses courage under impossible pressure. In the story, he walks knowingly toward death, carrying the last hope of a doomed state. The dagger hidden in the map becomes one of the great images of ancient political imagination. It is the weak state's final argument against the strong state. It fails in history but succeeds in memory. That is why failed assassins can sometimes become more symbolically potent than successful ones. A successful assassin must live with consequences. A failed assassin can remain frozen at the moment of pure intention, but intention itself is often reconstructed after death. Pausanias, the killer of Philip II, does not become a noble symbol in the same way because his motives are remembered as personal grievance, humiliation, and possibly manipulation. Yet his act changes history more dramatically than many celebrated assassinations. This contrast reveals that symbolic status depends less on consequence than on narrative usability. Pausanias is hard to use. If he is a wronged man seeking justice, his victim Philip becomes morally compromised. If he is a tool of Olympius or Alexander, the founding moment of Alexander's reign darkens. If he is simply unstable or enraged, the rise of Alexander begins in contingency rather than destiny. None of these stories serve a clean civic identity, so Pausanias remains a shadowy figure, not a hero in bronze. Ancient writers often shape assassins according to moral expectations. A tyrant's killer may be made noble because tyranny must be shown as self-defeating. A king's murderer may be made monstrous because monarchy must be protected. A woman suspected of poison may be portrayed as unnatural because female power unsettles patriarchal order. A eunuch or servant who manipulates succession may be made into the embodiment of corruption because he violates the ideal hierarchy of visible rank. These symbolic patterns do not mean the writers invented everything. They mean history is being filtered through moral imagination. The assassin becomes legible by becoming a type. The victim undergoes the same transformation. A ruler killed violently is rarely allowed to remain ambiguous. Caesar becomes either the murdered father of imperial peace or the would-be tyrant slain too late. Caligula becomes a monster whose death feels almost inevitable. Domitian becomes the suspicious tyrant removed by those closest to him, though modern historians see a more complex ruler behind the hostile sources. Cleopatra becomes the dangerous queen whose eliminations are read through Roman fear of Eastern monarchy and female sovereignty. Rameses III becomes the sacred pharaoh betrayed by the intimacy of his own household. The meaning of the assassin depends on the meaning assigned to the victim. If the victim is evil, the killer may be justice. If the victim is sacred, the killer is pollution. If the victim is both memory fractures, there is a surprising cruelty in how societies remember assassins who fail to fit useful categories. Many disappear almost entirely. Their names survive only because the victim mattered. Some are reduced to a single motive, usually the motive most convenient for later writers. Others are denied complexity because complexity would disturb the moral lesson. Cassius Chaerea, the Praetorian officer involved in killing Caligula, is remembered through humiliation and revenge as if insult alone explains the act. The conspirators against Commodus are remembered through palace decadence and fear. The alleged poisoners of imperial Rome become stock figures in stories about corruption. Real people vanish into exemplary roles. Statues, songs, coins, funerals, inscriptions, and official silences all participate in this symbolic work. Athens raises tyrant slayers. Rome deifies Caesar. Egyptian courts deform the names of conspirators to damage their memory. Hellenistic kings place their legitimacy on coinage while quietly eliminating rival claimants. Chinese historians place assassins in biographical categories that preserve their moral drama. Each medium does something different. A statue idealizes the body. A coin asserts authority. A funeral mobilizes grief. A legal record condemns. A history explains. A silence conceals. Together they decide whether the assassin is remembered as courage, shame, madness, or necessity. The act of naming is especially important. To call someone an assassin is already to frame the act as illegitimate, secretive, and morally dark. To call him a tyrannicide is to elevate him. To call him a liberator is to sanctify the violence. To call him a murderer is to close the argument. Ancient languages and traditions have their own terms, but the problem is universal. Political violence is interpreted through names, and names are weapons. The same blade can be described as murder by one inscription and justice by another song. The historian must listen for the struggle hidden in the vocabulary. One reason assassination remains so symbolically powerful is that it personalizes vast historical forces. The collapse of the Roman Republic involves land hunger, military reform, provincial wealth, debt ambition, legal breakdown, social inequality, and decades of civil conflict. But the Ides of March gives that enormous process a single room, a single date, a single body. The rise of Alexander's empire involves Macedonian military reform, Greek politics, Persian imperial conditions, and decades of preparation. But Philip's assassination gives the transition a single wound. The unification of China involves centuries of state formation, administrative reform, warfare, and ideology. But Jinkei's dagger gives resistance to Qi in a single shining moment. Assassination turns structure into scene. That is why memory clings to it. Yet this personalization can mislead. It tempts people to believe that killing one person can reverse an entire system. Caesar's assassins believe that the Republic can return if Caesar is gone. Some courtiers believe that removing an emperor will restore order, only to discover that the army or guard controls the next choice. Dynastic killers eliminate a rival child only to create new cycles of revenge. A sacred king is removed, and the cosmic order still trembles. Ancient assassination often exposes the difference between removing a person and changing the conditions that made that person powerful. The symbolic assassin may look decisive. The historical assassin often inherits chaos. Still, symbolism matters because people act inside stories. If a culture honors tyrant killers, men may imagine themselves as heirs to that tradition. If a dynasty curses regicides, conspirators may work harder to conceal their act. If a ruler fears being remembered as a tyrant, he may refuse certain titles. If an heir can portray a murdered predecessor as divine, he may turn grief into legitimacy. Memory is not a passive reflection after the fact. It shapes future danger. Rome's hatred of kings influences Caesar's murder. Caesar's murder influences Augustus's careful disguise of monarchy. Athenian tyrant-slayer memory influences later ideas of civic courage. Chinese assassin biographies preserve models of loyalty that echo long after the states they served are gone. The assassin as symbol therefore lives in a dangerous afterworld. He can inspire resistance to oppression, but also justify reckless violence. He can reveal the fragility of tyranny, but also romanticize murder. He can preserve the memory of a conquered people, but also simplify the complexity of political failure. He can be honored for loyalty, while leaving behind widows' reprisals and civil war. Ancient societies understood this ambiguity better than they are sometimes credited for. Their stories do not only celebrate assassins, they worry over them. They ask whether courage without success is enough, whether justice can be carried by a hidden blade, whether noble motives survive bloody methods, and whether killing a ruler merely teaches others to kill in turn. By the time these stories reach us, the real assassins are often almost unreachable. We can stand near the legends, examine the sources, compare motives, strip away propaganda where possible, and still find gaps that will not close. The symbolic life may be vivid, but the historical person remains partly hidden. That is where the next problem begins. To understand ancient assassination, one must not only follow knives and poisons, but interrogate the records that preserve them. Who wrote the story, when for whom, who benefited from one version surviving? Which wounds can archaeology confirm and which motives vanish forever? Beneath every famous assassination lies another mystery, not only what happened, but how we know, and how much of what we think we know was shaped by the victors who remain to tell it. The deeper one follows ancient assassinations, the more the blade itself begins to blur and the sources come into view. Every famous killing reaches us through someone's memory, someone's agenda, someone's damaged manuscript, someone's official silence, someone's need to make the past morally understandable. Ancient history is not a camera left running in the corner of a palace room. It is a broken chain of testimony, copied texts, political rumors, archaeology, later interpretation, and survival by accident. The assassin may have struck in a second, but the story of that second may have been shaped for centuries before it reached the modern world. To ask who killed a ruler is therefore only the first question. The harder question is why the record wants us to believe the answer it gives. Many ancient assassinations are known through writers who lived long after the events. Diodorus Plutarch, Suetonius, Cassius, Dio, Appian, Justin Simachien and others preserve invaluable material, but they are not neutral machines. They write with literary habits, moral interests, political assumptions, and inherited traditions. Some depend on earlier sources now lost. Some compress complicated events into memorable scenes. Some arrange deaths to reveal character. Some prefer irony so perfect that modern historians must handle it gently. A ruler dies beneath the statue of an old rival. A poisoned dish matches the victim's favorite food. A warning is ignored at the last moment. A conspirator speaks exactly the line that history wants him to speak. Such details may contain truth, but they also have the polish of storytelling. This does not make ancient historians useless. Far from it. Without them, much of the ancient world would be almost silent. But their testimony must be weighed against motive, genre, distance, and comparison. A Roman senator writing about an emperor may have inherited elite hatred. A Greek author describing a Persian court may be repeating stereotypes about Eastern luxury and intrigue. A Chinese historian may frame an assassin through moral categories of loyalty and righteousness. An Egyptian court document may preserve legal truth while hiding political embarrassment. A royal inscription may loudly proclaim legitimacy precisely where legitimacy was contested. The evidence remains incomplete, not because ancient people knew nothing, but because what they chose to record was shaped by power. Official records are especially treacherous. Kings and emperors rarely preserve accounts that make them look vulnerable, unless the account can be turned to their advantage. A failed conspiracy may be documented in detail, because the ruler wants to display triumph over treason. A successful assassination, however, may be smoothed away by the successor. The new king does not always want people asking too many questions about the old king's last night. If a ruler benefits from a death, the records produced under that ruler may call it illness, divine will, lawful punishment, or regrettable necessity. Silence can be as political as accusation. The harem conspiracy against Rameses III survives partly because the Egyptian state recorded trials and punishments. That gives the modern world rare access to the names, roles, and procedures surrounding an ancient plot. Yet even there, the documents do not tell everything. They are legal instruments, not full narrative histories. They condemn, they classify guilt, they preserve the state's response. They do not open every chamber of the palace or reveal every private motive. For a long time, the question of whether Rameses himself died in the attack remained uncertain. Only modern imaging of his mummy gave the story a shocking physical anchor, the deep wound at the throat hidden beneath the dignity of mummification. Here archaeology does what text alone could not. It brings the body back into the argument. But archaeology also has limits. A wound can show violence, but not always motive. A skeleton can reveal trauma, but not the political conversation that preceded it. A mummy can show that a throat was cut, but not whether the queen ordered it, whether the prince knew, whether a guard hesitated, or whether the attack unfolded exactly as later legal categories suggest. Tombs, bones, weapons, palaces, and burnt layers are powerful witnesses, but they speak in fragments. They can correct texts, support texts, complicate texts, or expose silence, but they rarely deliver the full story modern curiosity wants. Philip II's assassination reveals another kind of problem. The main narrative details come from sources written after Alexander's conquest had already transformed the meaning of Philip's death. That changes everything. Once Alexander becomes Alexander the Great, his father's murder cannot remain a simple Macedonian court crime. It becomes the doorway to world conquest. Later writers, knowingly or not, look backward through Alexander's fame. Suspicion around Olympias and Alexander becomes more tempting because the benefit seems so enormous. At the same time, traditions hostile to Olympias may exaggerate her role, because powerful royal women are often made into villains. Pausanias's personal grievance may be real, but it may also have been emphasized or reshaped to isolate the crime from higher politics. The historian must hold multiple possibilities without forcing certainty where the sources do not allow it. Caesar's assassination presents a different problem because it is richly attested, but richness does not mean clarity. Many people knew the broad facts. The date, the location, the conspirators, and the political aftermath are not in serious doubt. Yet the most famous details are the most fragile. What did Caesar say, if anything? Did he recognize Brutus with shock resignation, anger, or silence? Did he fall exactly at Pompey's statue? Did omens unfold as later writers describe, or were they gathered afterward because Romans needed the universe to foreshadow such a death? The better documented an assassination, becomes the more tempting it is for memory to decorate it. Caesar's death is historically solid and literally overgrown. The same is true of Caligula, Nero, Domitian, and Commodus. The sources for bad emperors are often written by members of the elite who had every reason to hate rulers who humiliated the Senate. Ancient authors used assassination stories to demonstrate moral collapse. The tyrant insults, honorable men ignores, warnings violates norms and is destroyed by those nearest him. This pattern may preserve real behavior, but it can also flatten complexity. Caligula may indeed have been dangerous and cruel. Domitian may indeed have inspired terror. Commodus may indeed have degraded the imperial office in elite eyes, but the stories of their deaths are shaped by a moral architecture in which bad rule must lead to intimate betrayal. The assassination becomes the final proof of the diagnosis. Poison cases are even harder. A stabbing can sometimes be confirmed by wounds. Poison usually disappears into symptoms described by people without modern toxicology. Claudius may have been poisoned. Britannicus may have been poisoned. Artaxerxes III may have been poisoned. Many Hellenistic rulers may have been poisoned. Yet sudden illness in the ancient world was common, and politically convenient death does not automatically prove murder. Ancient writers often prefer poison because it explains too much too neatly. It gives agency to a suspicious beneficiary. It turns coincidence into plot. It gives the death a villain. The historian must ask not only could poison have been used, but why did this source want poison to be believed? The gendered pattern of accusation complicates matters further. Livia Agrippina Cleopatra, Persian queens, Hellenistic royal women and other powerful female figures are repeatedly linked with hidden killing. Some may truly have ordered or supported murders, but the accusation of poison allowed male writers to portray female influence as secretive, unnatural, and corrupting. A woman could not always command armies or hold formal office in the same way as men, so her power was imagined through bedrooms, kitchens, medicines, lovers, and sons. The poison story becomes a cultural code. It says this woman's influence is dangerous because it works where men cannot see. That code may preserve real fear, but not always real evidence. Chinese sources bring another challenge moral organization. Sima Qian's accounts of assassins are among the most vivid in ancient historiography, but they are crafted as biographies with ethical weight. Jinke Zhuanzhu Niezheng and others are remembered through scenes that reveal loyalty, courage, failure, and tragic purpose. These stories may rest on older traditions, but they have been shaped by the historian's art. Jinke's dagger in the map is unforgettable partly because it is perfect as narrative symbolism. That does not mean it is invented. It means that historical memory selected and preserved the version that made the moral meaning most visible. The reader must admire the artistry without confusing artistry with stenography. Sometimes the absence of evidence is itself a clue, but it must be used carefully. A sudden dynastic change, a missing heir, an erased name, a destroyed inscription, or an abrupt shift in coinage may suggest violence. It does not prove assassination by itself. Ancient states had many ways to remove people: exile, forced suicide, execution, after trial battlefield murder, quiet imprisonment, ritual disgrace, or political marriage. The modern desire for a dramatic killing can overreach the evidence. The responsible historian must distinguish between what is possible, what is likely, and what is known. That discipline may feel less satisfying than a clean story, but it brings us closer to the ancient world, as it was ambiguous, partial, and human. Forensic science has improved the conversation, but it has not solved it. Mummies can be scanned, but bones can be examined for trauma. Residue analysis can sometimes detect substances. Isotopes can reveal diet or movement. Ancient DNA can clarify family relationships. Yet most assassination victims were not preserved in conditions that allow such work. Many bodies were cremated, lost, looted, decomposed, reburied, or never identified. Even when remains survive, proving poison after 2,000 years is extraordinarily difficult. A cut bone may show injury, but whether that injury was fatal, accidental ritual, or post-mortem may remain debated. Science can narrow the darkness, not abolish it. Bias also enters through survival. The records that endure are not a random sample of ancient experience. Royal courts, literate elites, imperial centers, and victorious regimes are overrepresented. The assassinations of minor rulers, local chiefs, provincial governors, tribal leaders, merchants, priests, and rebel commanders often vanish. Entire worlds of political killing are lost because no durable text preserved them, or because archaeology has not yet found their traces. Famous ancient assassinations are famous partly because the victims belonged to record-producing societies. There were countless other deaths in corridors, tents, shrines, and forts whose consequences mattered locally but left no lasting voice. This imbalance shapes the story. We know Caesar better than the nameless men killed in Rome's provincial struggles. We know Jing Kai because Chinese historiography preserved him, while other desperate assassins along forgotten frontiers disappeared. We know Rameses III because Egyptian bureaucracy and mummification combined to preserve both record and body. We know Philip because Alexander's fame pulled his father's death into world history. The archive does not merely report importance, it creates it, and yet even with all these cautions, the study of ancient assassination is not an exercise in total doubt. Patterns emerge across cultures and sources. Rulers are most vulnerable during succession crises, ceremonies, banquets, travel illness, and moments when access widens. Bodyguards are both protection and threat. Family members are both heirs and enemies. Poison rumors cluster around contested successions. Public assassinations require narrative justification. Sacred kingship intensifies both horror and explanation. The specific details may be debated, but the larger structures are difficult to miss. Ancient political systems created recurring opportunities for lethal proximity. The most honest way to approach these stories is not to strip them of drama, but to locate the drama where it truly belongs. The drama is not only in the strike, it is in the uncertainty afterward. It is in the gap between a royal inscription and a wounded mummy, between a patriotic legend and a failed conspiracy, between a poison accusation and a natural fever, between a heroic biography and the political interest that preserved it. The past does not hand us assassinations like completed scenes. It gives us fragments and asks us to reconstruct the room, and perhaps that is why these killings remain so compelling. They sit at the point where evidence and imagination meet. We can know enough to feel the danger, but not always enough to close the case. We can see Caesar surrounded, Philip exposed, Rameses wounded, Jing Kai lunging Cleopatra's rivals, disappearing Roman emperors fearing their own guards. But just beyond the visible scene are the missing whispers, who first suggested the plot, who hesitated, who lied afterward, who destroyed a letter, who paid a servant, who chose silence because silence meant survival. The record preserves the wound. It does not always preserve the hand. That incompleteness does not weaken the history. It gives it its proper depth. Ancient assassination is not a set of solved crimes lined neatly on a shelf. It is a series of fractures in power, each one revealing something about the world around it. The evidence beneath the legend may be broken, biased, and uneven, but through it we glimpse the deepest fear of ancient rule, that all the structures of kingship, empire, law, ritual, and memory can converge on a single vulnerable body, and that once that body falls, everyone left alive will fight to decide what the fall means. What ancient assassinations changed cannot be measured only by the number of rulers who died. Death itself was common in antiquity. Kings died of fever wounds, childbirth complications in royal households, infections, exhaustion accidents, and age when they were fortunate enough to reach it. Armies could lose commanders in battle, dynasties could fade, cities could fall, and empires could break without a single hidden dagger. But assassination did something more specific. It exposed the weak joints of political systems that claimed to be strong. It revealed where succession rules were unclear, where elite resentment had hardened, where sacred kingship had failed to protect the king's body, where armies had become loyal to commanders rather than institutions, where family had become more dangerous than foreign enemies, and where the official language of order could no longer conceal the private fear inside the palace. Some assassinations changed the immediate line of succession. The murder of Philip II placed Alexander on the Macedonian throne at precisely the moment when Macedon stood ready to invade Persia. The result was not simply a change of ruler, but a change in the emotional temperature of history. Philip had prepared the invasion, disciplined the army, subdued Greece, and built the machinery. Alexander turned that machinery into something larger, faster, and more reckless than anyone could fully control. The assassination did not create Macedonian power from nothing, but it transferred that power into different hands. In that transfer lay the future of the Hellenistic world, Greek-speaking cities across the east, new dynastic kingdoms, cultural exchange, royal cults, scientific patronage, and generations of warfare among Alexander's successors. A single murder at Aegis did not cause all of this alone, but it altered the person through whom all that prepared force would move. Other assassinations changed the meaning of political legitimacy. Caesar's murder did not restore the Roman Republic. Instead, it helped create the emotional and ideological conditions for empire. The conspirators believed they were cutting down tyranny, or at least the man they thought stood between Rome and liberty. But the aftermath showed that Caesar was not the only problem, and perhaps not even the deepest one. His death gave his heirs a martyr, his soldiers a memory, his supporters a wound, and Octavian a sacred inheritance. The Republic, already weakened by decades of violence and military politics, could not be revived by removing its most powerful man. Instead, the assassination helped teach Augustus exactly what Caesar had done too openly. One-man rule must be wrapped in republican language, softened with restraint, and protected not only by force, but by narrative. In this sense, Caesar's killers failed so completely that they educated the monarchy they feared. Some assassinations changed the relationship between ruler and guard. In Rome, the imperial system repeatedly showed that those entrusted with protecting the emperor could become the most dangerous political body in the capital. Caligula's murder, Claudius's elevation, Galba's death, Commodus's strangling, Pertinax's murder, and the later chaos of soldier emperors reveal a state in which armed proximity became a form of constitutional power without constitutional name. The praetorians and armies learned that an emperor's life could be negotiable. Once that lesson took hold, loyalty became something rulers had to purchase, perform, and constantly renew. The imperial office still claimed majesty, but beneath the purple robe lay a bargain with men who knew how quickly purple could be stripped from a corpse. In dynastic kingdoms, assassination changed the shape of families. The Ptolemies, Seleucids, Macedonian successors, Persian royal houses, and many others demonstrate that the family was not simply a source of continuity. It was the most concentrated zone of threat. Brothers, sisters, mothers, sons, wives, cousins and half-siblings carried claims that could gather factions. The killing of royal relatives, whether by poison execution, forced suicide, or quiet disappearance, was often a way of narrowing the future. Cleopatra's world makes this especially stark. Her brothers are not merely relatives, they are co-rulers and potential rivals. Arsinoe is not merely a sister, she is an alternative queen. Caesarion is not merely a boy, he is a possible Caesar by blood. In these systems, legitimacy could be fatal. The more rightful a person's claim, the less safely he or she could be ignored. This changed how rulers thought about children. A royal child could be protected like a treasure and feared like a weapon. Alexander the Caesarion Britannicus and countless lesser-known heirs lived under the shadow of what they might become. They did not need to act. Their names acted for them. Their blood could summon armies, justify rebellions, or trouble a victorious ruler's sleep. This is one of the coldest truths of ancient succession. Innocence offered little protection when legitimacy itself was dangerous. The death of a child claimant could stabilize a regime for a time, but it also revealed the moral cost of dynastic politics. A kingdom might call the killing necessary. History hears the fear behind the word. Assassination also changed public imagination. It gave later societies scenes through which to think us about power. Harmodius and Aristogeiton made tyrannicide visible as civic courage. Jinkei made resistance to overwhelming conquest imaginable as a single doomed gesture. Caesar's fall made the murder of a ruler one of the permanent symbols of political ambiguity. Cleopatra's eliminations and final suicide became part of the Roman story of Eastern danger, female sovereignty, and imperial destiny, even when that story was distorted by the victors. Rameses III's wounded mummy gives modern eyes a rare physical confirmation that the sacred image of kingship could be cut open from within. These stories endure because they make abstract structures intimate. Empire becomes a throat, tyranny becomes a body in reach, succession becomes a cup at dinner. The consequences were not always immediate or obvious. Some assassinations failed to change the regime at once, but reshaped memory for centuries. Hipparchus died. Hippias ruled on for a time, and yet the Athenian tyrant slayers became immortal symbols. Jinkei failed to kill the king of Qin, but his attempt survived as a moral image of courage under impossible odds. Other assassinations succeeded tactically, but failed strategically. Caesar died, but monarchy returned. Caligula died, but the empire continued. Commodus died, but the succession chaos that followed deepened Rome's instability. This distinction matters. Killing a person is not the same as defeating the system that made him powerful. Ancient assassins often discovered too late or not at all that the body was only the visible point of a larger structure. Still, there were moments when the death of one ruler truly opened a new age. Philip's murder and Alexander's accession are one. The execution of Khosrow II in the Sasanian world, though part of a wider crisis, marks another kind of turning point, where internal royal violence coincided with imperial exhaustion. The deaths that followed Alexander's own passing, natural or otherwise, unleashed a world in which generals carved kingdoms from a corpse's shadow. These moments did not happen because history is made only by individuals. They happened because institutions were too weak, too personal, or too contested to survive the loss of the central body without violence. Assassination also taught rulers to manage appearance. Augustus learned from Caesar's death to avoid certain symbols. Later emperors learned to fear humiliation of guards and nobles, though many forgot the lesson. Kings surrounded themselves with tasters, eunuchs, secretaries, chamberlains, and military escorts, only to discover that each layer of protection created new insiders. Chinese emperors and ministers understood the power of documents and seals, making succession not only a matter of bodies, but of controlled commands. Sacred kings used ritual to protect legitimacy, yet ritual made their movements predictable. The history of assassination is therefore also a history of security and of the impossibility of perfect security in a world where protection depends on human beings. The long legacy reaches beyond antiquity because ancient assassinations created a vocabulary later cultures continued to use: tyrant liberator, martyr, usurper, regicide, patriot, traitor. These categories were shaped and reshaped around ancient deaths. Political thinkers returned to Caesar and Brutus, to tyrant slayers, to the ethics of resisting unlawful power. Empires remembered the dangers of succession. Courts remembered poison. Revolutionaries remembered heroic killers and sometimes misunderstood them. The ancient world did not give one lesson but many competing ones. It warned that concentrated power invites violence. It warned that political murder can unleash chaos. It warned that liberty cannot be restored by symbolism alone. It warned that rulers who make law depend entirely on themselves leave only a body between order and collapse. And perhaps the most enduring change was psychological. Assassination made visible the fear beneath grandeur. Once people saw that a pharaoh could be murdered by conspiracy, that a Macedonian king could be cut down in public, that Caesar could fall in the Senate, that emperors could be killed by their guards, that the first emperor of China could nearly be reached by a dagger in a map, no ruler's image could ever be entirely believed. Monuments still rose, coins still gleamed, titles still multiplied, priests still blessed, armies still shouted loyalty. But the old truth remained underneath: the state may pretend to be immortal, yet it often rests on a mortal body. That is why famous ancient assassinations still unsettle the imagination. They're not only stories of death, they are moments when the hidden architecture of power becomes briefly visible. The corridor, the banquet, the Senate floor, the festival, the royal bedchamber, the map unrolling in a hostile court, all are places where systems reveal themselves under pressure. The assassin may be brave, foolish, manipulated, righteous, or cruel. The victim may be tyrant, reformer, conqueror, sacred king, or frightened man behind a title. But when the strike comes, all the claims surrounding power are tested at once. Law, loyalty, religion, family, army, memory, and fear collide in a single human instant. What changed finally was not that ancient people discovered rulers could be killed. They had always known that. What changed was the meaning attached to those killings, the institutions reshaped by them, and the stories that survived. Assassination became a way for societies to talk about the limits of obedience, the danger of ambition, the fragility of succession, and the terrifying intimacy of political power. The dead ruler left behind more than a body. He left a question that every survivor had to answer quickly. What now? The answer could become an empire, a civil war, a legend, a purge, a reform, a cult, or a silence. And in that answer, more than in the blade itself, history moved. After so many knives, cups, corridors, sealed orders, and broken successions, the ancient world begins to feel less distant. Its rulers wore crowns, unlike anything modern politics permits. They claimed descent from God, stood before armies in bronze and linen, ordered temples, raised cities, renamed enemies, erased from stone. Their courts spoke in the language of eternity. Their monuments were built to outlast the weathering of ordinary lives. Yet again and again the story returns to the same fragile center, a human body moving through a dangerous room. That is the quiet truth beneath famous ancient assassinations. Power may surround itself with ritual law soldiers, ceremony and myth, but it cannot stop being embodied. The ruler must still wake in the morning, trust a servant, hear a petition, attend a festival, sight at a banquet, step into a theatre, accept a cup, read a document, or walk beneath the eyes of men who may already have decided that his time is over. The ancient world understood this more clearly than it sometimes admitted. That is why its histories are full of omens, dreams, warnings, strange silences, and stories of fate circling the powerful before the fatal moment arrives. But assassination rarely gives the clean ending its planners imagine. A tyrant dies, and fear remains. A dictator falls, and empire rises. A king is removed, and his heirs become more dangerous dead than alive. A child claimant disappears, and the victory that required his death carries the mark forever. The knife can end a life quickly, but it cannot easily settle the arguments that gathered around that life. Those arguments pass into songs, statues, chronicles, propaganda, curses, and legends. They travel farther than the assassin ever could. What remains now are traces. A wounded mummy, a name carved with hatred, a story of a dagger hidden in a map, a Roman date that still carries unease, a Macedonian wedding turned into the doorway of conquest, a queen's rivals vanishing one by one in the last light of a dying dynasty. Some details can be studied, others have slipped permanently into darkness. The evidence remains incomplete, and perhaps it always will. Yet the incompleteness is part of the spell. These deaths still matter because they reveal civilizations in moments when their masks crack. They show us that history is not only built by armies, laws, roads, and harvests, but also by fear, trust, resentment, timing, and the distance between one person and another in a crowded room. Across the centuries the lamps go low, the guards shift their weight, the procession begins, and somewhere in the polished heart of power someone steps closer than he should.